Hello, everybody. Welcome to Omega Strikers Amateur Series Season 6, Week 4. I am Lego Mage here with Mai today, and we are jumping right into it. Chikara Clinkers versus the Fool's Cups. We got the name matchup going on right now for Game 1, the classic Night Market game, and we're on a Explosive Entrance, Reptile Remedy start as well, so we have some stagger scaling, have that potential Zen pick, well, I was going to say on the table, but it's going to be immediately banned out here by the Fool's Cups, it looks like. I think we might have the names on the stream backwards, but regardless, it is going to be the Zen and the X getting taken out here, which makes sense. The picks you tend to see. Arrow going over to Clinkers is pretty nice here, but Chikara Clinkers, team we've seen quite a lot kind of throughout Omega's OSAS series with the Fool's Cups. Kind of a new team. I don't really recognize any of the players here, which can always be a treat. You never know entirely what you're going to get. But Rune Pick coming out from Chikara Clinkers. A little bit out of the pocket here. Not a character we see that often, but I think this team has run it at least once before. Either way, pretty interesting. Vic Blade. Pummeler's Rune is very unusual here, but we'll see how it goes as we jump into round one right now. And Mai, what are your thoughts on these teams, on these team comps right now?
I would have to say that from the side of Fool's Cups, you have like a pretty standard double midfield comp. You have a really good range coming from the Estelle, and then you also have some range on the Rasmus, but he also has some potential to act as a forward, since he has like he can kill just like that, and they're kind of going on a power play here. But on the opposite side, where we have Chikara Clinkers, from what I've seen, because I'm a huge Chikara Clinkers fan, so they have a really good offensive pressure, and Kaina is a really good air goalie, so kudos to them.
Yeah, Aragoli, one of my personal favorites here, but first point going over to Vic Blade here. Chikara Clinkers are going to take that one. Aragoli, really good on this map. You usually see it run with the double brawler comp, but with the Kai and the Rune, it's kind of unusual, right? That's not really the teammates that you see run with an Aragoli, but there is a lot of potential for mobility here. Captain Yes is going to be able to run very fast and really get around this board, and of course, Rune being Rune already has a bit of kind of global presence. So we'll see how they're able to utilize it, though, like you said, they are going to have a little bit of that defensive kind of weak point if the Fool's Cups are able to make a big push, especially with the Rasmus and the Estelle, but we'll just have to see how it goes, as so far Clinkers able to keep the offense going and bring down both barriers once again.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. There is just so much pressure coming from Clinkers that it's kind of hard for the Fools ones to really get, go in their own pace and just take momentum of the entire thing. But, a really good dribble coming from Vic Blade does take the goal. It's 0-2 at the current moment, and, you have the really good NATO to back it up.
Yeah, some good pillar placement there from Vic Blade. Toss out Liz, went for that clear to the bottom side and did not expect that one to come out. And I mean, all three members of the Fool's Cups got pushed way back there, and right here a double barrier going down as well, as the Fool's Cups are kind of getting thrown for a loop here against this unusual team comp. They're not really sure how to play around this Rune, and unfortunate log from Toss Out Liz just barely missed that corner pressure coming out from Captain Yes. So it will be Chikara Clinkers taking set one. Vic Blade, the MVP here. We'll see if they get something nice. If Kahone is able to pick up the Unstoppable, which actually here it is right now, that could be huge, because that basically is a win button against Estelle and Rasmus, but there's a lot of really nice things on this board between extra special stacks, rapid, primetime, so we'll have to see how it goes. Bulk up on the Dubu is an interesting pick there. Toss Out Liz does have that stagger scaling, but that does mean Rapid Fire is going to fall down. Unstoppable still on the board here, but actually is a Chrono Boost pickup from Gahone. Primetime on the era here. Pretty good draft all around, but I would have expected, I think, Rapid Fire or Primetime to go over to Toss Out Liz, but we'll just have to see how it ends up going.
Yeah, some pretty interesting drafting picks. I think the idea for Clinkers is just to go all aggressive and rather than just going for defense, because as you can see right here, Captain Jens is just doing a really good job at just keeping the pressure with Kai Barrage, because Kai Barrage is like kind of hard to beat if you don't really know how to beat it in position for it. I do have to agree, the bulk up was kind of questionable on Toss Out Liz, so I hope to see how how it would work out.
Yeah, now big corner pressure coming out once again from Clinkers. Captain Yes in the top side, but so far the Fool's Cup's able to hold. Vicblade, however, trying to go for the shot. Captain Yes in the top side. Toss Out Liz able to get up in time, but it's still in the corner. Captain Yes with the barrage is able to force it through. Toss Out Liz finally out of cooldowns. Gonna see Chikara Clinkers once again put themselves on the board. 4 goals. Totally unanswered right now from the Fool's Cups. They need to come up with something here to I guess ignite their offense, because it seems like once Kahone gets it out off of Clinker's side of the field, look at this, Captain Yes and Vicblade, they just get the core and they basically never lose it. For the most part, of course, a little bit of caster curse there, as the Fool's Cups are able to bring down the barriers here, but so far Kahone able to hold and try and get it back out to this midfield right now. Oh, a nice shot from ZDP Colt. We'll see the Fool's Cups get on the board right now, but we need to see more of that that offense and that midfield presence if they want to take this set.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. When Captain Yes and Vicblade just have the core, they do a really good job at just keeping it on their side. You know, that's how good their offensive pressure is. But for the Fool's Cups to really, truly like take the set and, you know, shift the momentum into their favor, they're gonna have to push up a little more and just use their abilities, because there's not much an air goalie can do with so much ranged abilities in front of them. But the core is approaching Clinker's side. Fortunately, Kaine does get the core out, not necessarily though, but now we do see it. Flips on, 2 flips on their side, 2 flips being used out, and the core is on the Fool's Cups.
What a roll from Toss Out Liz to save that one. Core flips being murdered all around. Vicblade still holding on to theirs for now, though. There's still a barrier up. Captain Yes, the pass back up to Kahone, trying to send it into Vicblade. Secondary down. Burns the flip, but doesn't need to. It's a nice shot anyways. Clinker's gonna bring it to set point. The Fool's Cup's looking a little bit better in that one. But yeah, like you pointed out, the aero goalie can crumble really easily when you know, like a Rasmus just gets right up in her face like that, and with the Estelle there in the midfield as well to back that up, you know, there's potential for a really, really powerful offense here. It just seems like Clinkers is kind of outplaying Fool's Cups at the moment, to where they're not letting that even happen. And look at these nice passing plays. Absolutely beautiful. Vicblade exactly where they needed to be. Captain Yes, a pass straight down to the bottom. We'll see the point go in despite being taken out. And Captain Yes, the MVP. Great set there from Clinkers.
Yeah, there's just so much offensive pressure coming from Clinkers. You know, it might just be that Fool's Cups are a pretty newer team, so they probably didn't have enough time to really hone down on their synergy. They really need a push up, but you know, a missile propulsion does get taken off on the Kai. You know, a pretty good offensive tool. I think they'll make really good use of that. And somehow Manu does get to the air, so we're just going to see so much offensive pressure coming from the side of Chikara Clinkers here. You know, Rasmus does get the size though, so that's pretty good. Maybe it could be his win con here, and could fortunately take the set, hopefully.
Yeah, it's not a bad draft from the Fool's Cups. Toss Out Liz has some more stagger sailing, but Missile Prop Kai, Siege Machine Rune, and Manu Era is just so good already on this, like, especially on this map in this position, and Clinkers is up 2 sets, so having an okay draft is probably just not enough for the Fool's Cups to come back unless they really change up their game plan here, I think. Right now, Captain Yes is dribbling up the field, trying to stall out this power play for as long as possible. Looks like they should be able to here. As, yeah, great defense there from Kahone and Captain Yes. No passing plays coming out from the side of the Fool's Cups. Is going to see Captain Yes basically it's kind of a 1v3 right there and take the point regardless. But yeah, I mean, like I was saying, you know, just getting an okay draft is not quite going to be enough against a very good draft from Clinkers, who were already winning and who are already outplaying the Fool's Cup. So they're going to need a little bit of a miracle here, I think, if they want to reverse sweep this.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. They just have to contest with Chikara Clinkers' offensive pressure here. But we do see them on the bottom, unfortunately get Spanish and loses core control. They're just trying their best, trying to get the barrier and trying to just score, because once that barrier is open, you know, it seems like they do a pretty good job at just keeping it over there because of their pretty ranged abilities. But we almost see 2 flips coming online. I lied, one of them died, but yeah, 2 flips online for the side of the Fool's Cup, so let's see how good their defense lasts compared to Chikara Clinkers' offensive pressure.
Yeah, so far able to hold Dur back online here. Toss Out Liz a nice little strike ward to clear it out and hold this barrier down for now, but Colt and Dirk getting one barrier, getting two barriers, Hook coming out, but Captain Yes able to strike for it, bring the offense back over to Clinkers. Vic Blade able to bring down the barrier and open up that goal, and now there's two flips on each side. Soup coming out, flip from Captain Yes is going to get stalled out. As he goes into overtime, Kahone can just send it back in the midfield. Pendulum swing from Dur. Kazir is going to find it, and the angle is good. The Fool's Cup's able to put themselves on the board here, but a few goals here and there is not going to quite be enough. We're going to need to see a little bit more consistency here. They have two flips up to the one, so they have a bit of an advantage going into this, but we'll see if they're able to pull it off. A nice banish there from Vic Blade, though. Could be really bad.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. They are holding on to their flips, but Vic Blade also has a flip, so we're going to see how they're going to use their flips. Are they going to use it for defense, or are they just going to use it for offense? If they do use it for offense, you know, it's going to be pretty good for them, because they kind of lack that, but unfortunately, ZPD Colts whiffs their flip and ends up getting punished for it. A really good hook coming from Dur Kazir, and you know, some abilities are coming out, just trying to stuff the core and get it to Dur Kazir, and they end up scoring because of it. It's 2-1 at the current moment. They could just take the sets, and the momentum will shift to their favor.
It was a great shot from Deer Kazir right there. That's what we want to see from the Fool's Cup. They're on set point now. They have a chance to take this one and bring it back a little bit, try and drag this game out a bit longer now, but their defense is definitely going to have to clutch up a bit here, as right now Clinkers are the ones making the push. Kahone in the bottom with the Maelstrom, forcing ZPD almost off the edge here. Now Dirk Kazir and ZPD trying to force it through as the battle over midfield is kind of ensuing here. Toss out Liz, roll to the bottom, not quite fast enough though. The barrier is going to fall for the side of the Fool's Cups. Is now Vic Blade in the top side, still has the core flip, doesn't need it, just going to win the strike war to open up that side of the goal. Now dribbling in the midfield, trying to get it over to Captain Yes. ZPD blocking the pass for now, but the Maelstrom coming in could make things complicated. Advantage coming out, but Deer Kazir able to get it out. Core flip coming out from Kahone to send it back in. As the Estelle goes down and the power play for Clinkers has started. Corflip comes out from Dur, but the barrage going to shut that one down, and now Corflip from Liz has to wait from the pillar, but Vic Blade able to get in there in time and force out a strike war. Chikara Clinkers able to tie it up on set point and match point for them.
Yeah, really good power play coming from Chikara Clinkers here, but if for the Fool's Cups, they're really just take this bet, they're going to have to show a lot more offensive pressure than what Clinkers is kind of showing. But as you can see on the bottom here, they're just trying to get the core out to Dur Kazir. He does get the core out, trying to go for the dribbling play, but not necessarily. Oh, and an unfortunate knockback into the rune blade. Chikara Clinkers is now on the power play here, but a beautiful blink coming from ZPD, trying to kind of hold their ground before Dur Kazir respawns. And unfortunately they do.
Vic Blade with the strike war though, able to bring down the second barrier here, now receiving the core in the corner. Toss out was able to defend that one, but Kahone gonna find a nice clear here. Dirk Kazir and ZPD trying to get through, but Captain Yes able to dribble down the midfield. Soup comes out from Toss Out Liz here. Kahone looking to send it back in. This is all the stakes right here for the Fool's Cups. But a piercing shot from ZPD is going to open up Clinker side of the goal, but they have to get the core back over there. Captain Yes up to Vic Blade in the top side, looking for the shot, able to find it in the top. Toss out Liz a little bit too far down, and that's going to be the game. Chikara Clinkers able to take that one 3-0. Looked really good that whole time. Fool's Cup came back a bit, but Clinkers, fortunately, just a bit too powerful there.
Yeah, it might be just because the Fool's Cups are, I guess, a little bit newer. They're a newer team, so they might not be as synergized, whereas Clinkers has a little more experience, I'd say. Really good offensive pressure coming from Clinkers. There was just, it was just hard for, even though the Fool's Cups were running a double midfield comp, it was just a little bit hard for them to contest Clinkers' pressure, since, you know, it's just kind of hard to get it past midfield. But once they did and, you know, got the barriers down, you know, that's where they truly did shine.
Yeah, when they were able to put the pressure on the Arrow goalie and find those nice shots. Dirk Kazir did have some really nice angles there when they were able to score. But yeah, I mean, like we were seeing that whole match, when Clinkers got the speed boost and got the momentum, had the core control, they basically just held on to it for the entire time, where it's able to get so much out of the defense from the Fool's Cups. The coordination just wasn't quite there on the defensive side of things, I don't think. A few nice pillars as well from Vic Blade really proved to confuse and mix up Toss Out Liz, which is what you want to see when you lock in that rune pick, it can be a bit of a, I guess, volatile character. That's not really seen that much, but when you can make it work like that, it can work to great effect. So it's great to see them do it quite well there. But while we are waiting on round 2, we are going to be cutting to a short break for now. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. We're waiting for a few matches to finish up. And when we come back, it'll be round 2 of Swiss. And welcome back to round two. After a bit of a lengthy break, some games went wrong, but we're here with Get That Money, Get That Bag versus Hopium, back on Night Market once again. And these are looking like two relatively even teams here. I don't know too much about Hopium, but I've seen Get That Money, Get That Bag, I think a couple of times now, and I quite like what they got going on here. So I don't know. Do you know a little bit more about these teams?
I do coach Hopium, but I don't have too much faith in them since they've been like teammate swapping a little bit often. So I'm kind of nervous to see how well synergized they are. But Get That Money, Get That Bag. I watched them last week, I think, and they're CCL players, so they're showing just really good offensive pressure. But Hopium, since I don't know, I guess I've coached them for a really, really long time now, and they have qualified for I think last OSAS. I truly hope that they do win here.
Yeah, get some hopium. Well, I mean, you're
Yeah,
the
give them.
coach. Have some faith. Have some
Yeah.
faith, right?
Uh,
If they
I
lose, you lose, right?
our motto was give them hope so they can cope. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm coping here.
But it's also looks like it's a 1-2 punch among Titans start as well. So it's a bit of an interesting start there. We could see some potential for kill comp show up, but we could also see play it safe triple among Titans. But being on Night Market, being these awakenings, Era Mako X with double among Titans and then 1-2 punch X is potentially on the table. I've seen crazy misdrafts in this league before. Sometimes things like that get overlooked. But I'm curious what the plan is going into picks and bans and character selects. Are they going to target comfort picks, or are they going to target something that's potentially really strong here? Because I mean, like I just mentioned, that comp, you could also replace Arrow with Now and have that available, just even more speed. So I think there's a lot of potential just for a really strong draft here, one way or the other. So I'm curious to see how these players kind of navigate that.
I definitely think that both sides are gonna go for Benny comfort picks because knowers know there is an OTP. I think I'm not gonna say anything though because the caster's curse. They might be watching and then they scout me for information. But knowing what I know about these two teams and the team I coach, no matter of who can be more offensive with their play, I definitely think aggression is what keeps, the momentum going. And if you can just keep shifting the momentum in your favor, eventually you will score and, just take the game.
Yeah, well, with this awakening start, aggression could very well be what we see. Allows for a lot of speed, and of course, a lot of damage and core speed as well. Kazan could be a potential thing to look out for. I don't know if any of these players actually have that pick, but it's not a bad start here, especially once again if the rest of the team goes for the size to buff. But we'll find out that one team is readied up, the other team is not readying up. So we're just kind of waiting on them at this point.
Yeah, I hope Hopium can ready up soon, or I might just pop in for them. You know what I mean? But I don't as cringe
look,
as
there we go.
But yeah, as cringe as Era Mako X is, I don't think we're gonna be seeing that. What I do hope to see is probably triple among because base speed is just so good. But let's just see how the game goes.
Yeah, see how the game goes. I wouldn't be surprised if it is triple among Titans. But yeah, the potential for running some kind of kill comp here is definitely there. It's definitely on the tables, available to these teams should they opt into it. But we'll find out as we get into it. Just a solar flare hovering that rune as usual, which with a 1-2 punch start could also be quite nice potentially, though I imagine that could end up getting banned here. Looks like I hover the Estelle here as well, but we'll find out as the picks coming through right now. An IME ban coming out from the side of Get That Money, Get That Bag. Don't want to be seeing that over on the side of Hopium. You see, Hopium's ban is in fact the rune against just a solar flare. We've seen that pick a number of times over on their side. It's pretty decent, and with hot shot, or well, 1-2 punch is kind of hot shot. Definitely could be a bit scary, but yeah, Embered on the Zentaro, is pretty nice. Get the 1-2 punch start, get that Titan size. It's looking like a pretty nice hover so far from the side of get that money, get that bag. We'll see what the picks coming from Hopium right now. What's that going to be, if this is going to change up the game plan at all. Juliet Mako. Bit of a night market classic right there.
Yeah, I definitely think the Amy ban was kind of expected. No reason no, but Julia is just a really classic character to play on Night Market. You can really fish for those KOs. And then we do have the Finny pick, so we can assume that, you know, Hopium's kind of going for the damage, trying to get that kill and then go off of the power play. But for the side of get that money, get that bag, you know, they're kind of doing the same, but I wouldn't say as much damage, even though it still does for a pretty chunk of damage.
Yeah, the damage is definitely there. Embered did go for the Among Titans, though, so triple Titans there, so no 1-2 punch on the Zentaro, which both options pretty nice. This is a little bit of the safer pick here, whereas Hopium did opt for the more buff the Juliet style build here. Kind of more of a comp that I was kind of expecting to see come out. So that's kind of interesting. We'll see how it plays. Shadow with a big KO right there onto the goalie to start us off. Already it's starting to pay off here, as now looking to get in the top corner. Get that money, get that back. He's trying to hold on, trying to stall this power play out as long as possible. Looks like they will be able to, as available, back online once again now. Trying to reset this, hopefully, but being down 2 barriers to none is not particularly great, as now Shadow is in this corner. The Finny ult's there. Able to clear it out for now, though. Get it back over to Embered in the midfield.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. There is just so much of offensive pressure kind of coming from both sides. It's really just anyone's game here, because you know, you can get a good Juliet dash punch, or you can get a nice Finny snipe. But oh, and just like that, you know, a really good core flip coming out, and it does put the core in. But as for the side of get that money, get that bag, you know, there's just really I don't know how to say it, but they just have such good defense, and they're able to convert kind of well. So they can contest with Hopium's offensive pressure here.
Yeah, well, we'll see how well they are, in fact, able to contest, as they're going to be getting one barrier here, but now Shadow and Cotton Small looking like they're going to be firing right back with a 1-to-1 trade now, and Shadow, the nice little redirect there, is going to open up. Get that money, get back side of the board, a punch to secure it. Available, not able to find the strike shot, unfortunately. He's going to see Hopium bring it to a quick set point so far, so already off to a pretty great start here. Winning this set, getting a nice draft would be pretty great. Get some potential speed or some potential size or whatever on the Mako to just have even more buffing power, even more defense would be really nice to help keep get that money, get that bag in control here. Who, interestingly enough, they're really looking for Dash Awakenings with Estelle and Zentaro. They didn't have it on the start. So right now, those characters are a lot more limited than you typically see them, because often you see them on, you know, a dash start a lot of the time. So that's going to be something that's really hotly contested here, and the only one who can, like, really take a Dash Awakening and not, like, feel bad about it is the Mako, right? Like, they can all kind of take it, but it is not going to do too much on Shadow or Cotton Small. So we'll just have to see how they end up navigating this, as it looks like Hopium are going to be gunning for this point right here. A nice card from Cotton Small is, in fact, going to secure it, as they'll take set 1 now, 3-0, and get into draft 1.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. The side of get that money, get that bag, you know, they're just using their dashes, or blinks rather, to kind of reposition and cover what they can to kind of just take core control. But as I was saying earlier, you know, really good snipe coming from the Finny right there. Con Small does pick up the missile prop, so that's definitely going to help them pour in some damage. We do see the size going onto the Julie, so, you know, even a bigger Julie than it already is. So I think you know, it was a okay draft, I would say, for both teams. But yeah, we're just gonna see if Get That Money, Get That Bag can get the win here.
Yeah, I think Hopium actually kind of comes off of that feeling pretty good, as Shadow with the Colossus is now capable of dealing just a lot of damage. And Philo got Orbs, which is actually really nice. Orbs are good and sometimes underrated in this league, I found. But it's going to provide a lot of speed for a character who doesn't really have any. And Ember being forced to kind of deny the Unstoppable there. It was a good deny from Ember, but it does mean that Zentaro didn't get, something like extremely useful. It'll be decent for dealing with the Mako, but not like, there were a couple other things on that board that may have been a bit better there. However, regardless of that, Get That Money, Get That Bag are going to be finding the first point here to get us started. The first goal of the game found in set 2 right now, is they're potentially looking to turn it around right now. Pretty much even energy on both sides, though, and we'll just see if they're able to keep going here.
Yeah, Get The Money, Get The Bag. Their draft selection was okay. It could be better, but obviously you have that Unstoppable deny. But we do see Get That Money, Get That Bag trying to damage Shadow, trying to take out it's really big Julie that's kind of been putting a lot of pressure onto them. But on the bottom here, we do see Shadow going for a dribble play. Colin taking the speed boost here, and on Night Market, kind of controlling who gets the speed boost here is really valuable, because I think a lot of people kind of like don't notice how good getting speed boost is, because one, you're like crazy fast, and if a goalie tries clearing away from you and you just get that speed boost, you can kind of just put the court in.
Yeah, definitely. And right now, Hopium with the open goal. Zenol coming out from Ember in the bottom side. So far, it's held from Philo, but not enough. Ember going to win the strike war there with a little bit of backup from just the Solar Flare. As now Get That Money, Get That Bag have brought it to set point. Looking to bring back this set. They have the energy advantage going into this round here, as they could potentially tie it up. They have the potential for some nice scaling. Looks like Ember not moving for a second. Oh, there they go. So everyone's all good right now. But yeah, they have the potential for some decent scaling with the stagger on the Atlas. Atlas with a lot of cooldowns can really get out of control and become very scary. And like I pointed out last time, the Dash Awakenings are very kind of hotly contested for them. And since none showed up last time, there's a very good chance that at least one shows up now. So we'll see if they're able to take it. A pass up to just a Solar Flare Blink in the corner, trying to force it in, trying to find this last point here. Is going to get pushed back here, though. It floats down to no man's land. Zenol coming out from Ember, looking for the passive, but Philo able to find the clear. Viable sending it right back in, but Shadow with the shot to the bottom. It's actually going to be barrier now in status. Ember looking for the dash, can't quite land it though. Viable with the core flip, doesn't need it here. Just going to clear it out down. Finial coming in from Cotton Small, getting it back up at this top side. Core flip coming out from Viable. Dribbles it on the bottom, just a Solar Flare. Trying to pass it over as Ember in the bottom side, looking for the angle here, looking for a way through the primary. Almost finds it, but not quite. Just a Solar Flare pass down to Ember. The cage comes out, doesn't land, but still can't find a shot. Now in overtime. Team's looking for this to get through. Viable, nice clear down, but not going to be enough. Shadow able to win the strike war on the rebound now. And a pass up almost sees Hopium score it here, but now Corfo coming out from Philo. Zenol from Ember to counter. It's going to be enough. Get that money, get that bag. Will, in fact, take a set of their own.
Yeah, really good offensive play coming from Emberwood right there. I think that could have been a checkmate right there, because his flip almost came online, and you do have the dash right there. But let's just see how this draft goes. We do see the rapid fire pick getting hovered here. Pretty decent pick for Zen, just because you can throw out a primary, and primary strike is a pretty good combo to go off of. But Monumentalist coming onto the Finny is definitely a pick here. We do see Siege Machine coming onto the Atlas, so it will be a little hard for Shadow to come a little close, as they're gonna get stunned when they do try to do so.
Yeah, I think both teams navigated that draft pretty well. Primetime Rapid Fire always seemed to show up at the same time, so not a lot you can do there, but it's really great that Get That Money, Get That Bag managed to land both of them. So that's a huge power spike for just a Solar Flare, who has not only the move speed, but also Twin Drive Primetime Estelle, which is huge. I say that Shadow is, of course, able to get a point for Hopium there, but yeah, the Manu pickup from Cotton Small there was really a deny against Viable. because Monumentalist Atlas can be very scary, especially with like reverb and the potential for more cooldown scaling. But Siege Machine it's not as good as Monumentalist, but it's not too bad of a replacement there. So overall, it's a pretty solid draft from both sides, I would say. But we're gonna see that Monumentalist actually come in handy right there. Scott and Small able to bring down one barrier and now keep the offense going. For the hot side of Hopium, though, if he's going to convert it, get that money, get that bag. Looking for a barrier now of their own. Pass up to Embered. Going to win the strike war, but Philo, nice waiting there, was able to clear it out. Get it back in the midfield, where now the fight continues. Coreflip coming out, but a bad night market angle from just a Solar Flare. It's going to see an own barrier happen. Is now Viable, looking for a way out of this problem. Caught Small on the top side, pops the Finial, but gets countered by the Expanse. Coreflip coming out, Viable, able to clear it out, but if Shadow touches that core, it could be all over. Nice hit stun from just a Solar Flare. Going to keep them coming out. Coreflip from Philo, gets shut down. But now the cage coming out, the Ensnare Drums will hold it down for now, but they got to get this core back over into the hands of Shadow Dash Punch, but it goes into the top of the field, and it's going to get cleared out once again. The barrier now falling. Get that money, get that bag, have an opportunity here with both goals open. Caught Small, Shadow piercing shot from just a Solar Flare, sends it right to Ember. The core flip sends it to the top. A great play from Get That Money, Get That Bag to tie it all up now.
Yeah, it's definitely a really close game here. There is just so much offensive pressure coming from both sides, and just really good defensive pressure as well. Both teams are just able to convert really well, and you know, as you can see on the bottom here, Shadow trying to get the barrier, doesn't quite find it, but you know, a clear comes out, and the sides are kind of being swapped here. Both teams are just going a back and forth take of who gets to put offensive pressure on who right here.
Yeah, now Embered in this bottom side. A night market angle once again, though, this time on Hopium, as you see the barrier fall down. Just Solar Flare send it back into this top corner, but Caught Small Shadow able to force it back. Viable does have a core flip. Things so sour, but the Finial coming right now from Caught Small is going to force it right out. Pass over to Embered, gets shut down. Shadow with the flurries brings down the barrier. Now both sides open once again. Philo rushing to save that core, will be able to. Goes back into the midfield now. Caught Small trying to dribble up. It's just Solar Flare now back on the defense in this corner. Shadow with the dash punch finds a KO onto Viable. And now it's a power play, and it's going to be enough. Shadow with the strike war will secure the point. Hopium now on set point, looking to take another set here. And yeah, like you said, this is just looking so close, but Hopium has a potential to take a really decisive lead right now.
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking to myself, like, wow, if Shadow can just get a kill, you know, maybe they can go for a power play, and it did end up happening. So I definitely think if Shadow can just get more dash punches in, you know, I think the deciding momentum will definitely shift to their favor a little more, and it will help them greatly. But as we can see from the bottom here, Ember just trying to get that last barrier. Both sides do have one barrier left, but a good Atlas revive to, you know, help Ember there, trying to continue putting on that offensive pressure that he's still currently doing. So yeah, we have to see.
Yeah, like you said, Shadow has a really strong build here for getting those KOs, like you mentioned, and 2 prize fighter stacks as well. Can be very scary. That Juliet can kill from almost the midfield, basically. So just Solar Flare and Ember do need to, like, you know, watch out for that, because this is the map where that's going to happen a lot. And, oh, right there, just a Solar Flare, able to barely avoid it, but that would have been a killing blow. However, they are able to get the barrier here and open up the side of the board, as now Core Flip has to come out from Philo. Getting back over to Shadow, back into the flurries here, but able to clear it out. Philo, nice save here, but just a Solar Flare in the midfield, dribbles it, looking to get it in this bottom corner. Caught wants to come down. Nice evade against Shadow's dash punch, though. Solar Flare, that awareness keeping them alive right now. Now on the bottom side, unfortunate blink though is going to see Get That Money, Get That Bag's barrier go down. Is now in the bottom side. Ember looking to try and make the score, but can't find it. Hopium now in the midfield trying to pass it up to Shadow. Core Flip comes out from Viable, able to save it, just barely pass up to Ember, but Philo now in this top corner. Sword angle, able to save it, but just Solar Flare looking for this bottom angle. Still going. Zen ult though, it's going to be enough from Ember to tie it up on set point now. Let's Get That Money, Get That Bag. Keeping it close, but what a defense there from Philo.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I'm insanely impressed. Both goalies are just doing a really phenomenal job at just holding it down to get their forwards, you know, that opportunity to, you know, apply their offensive pressure here. We can see Get That Money, Get That Bag mainly go for, you know, the corner stuffing play, but, you know, an unfortunate Atlas revive doesn't quite revive Ember right there. So, Hopium was kind of on the offensive right here, going for that power play. You know, they do get the barriers down, and both of their barriers are still up. So there is a possibility right here for Hopium just to take the set and hopefully get something really good from the draft select.
A good spot here potentially, but they can't throw it away. Get that money, get that bag. Have done a great job of stalling these rounds out and bringing it to where that Estelle can be really scary here, but Cotton Small now bringing it into this top corner. Ember has to come back on the defense here. Is now viable in the goal box. Pass over to Ember. Didn't get in the midfield. Philo going to shut that one down, though. Shadow in the corner forces out Viable's core flip here. Cotton Small, though, able to send it right back in. Shadow threads the needle right between just the Solar Flare and Viable. And it is, in fact, Hopium who are going to find the point and take their second set now. Shadow, the MVP here. This draft could be make or break depending on what shows up. Catalyst could be a huge reward for this Juliet, though.
Hopefully, Shadow knows to pick up Catalyst here, because Catalyst is just...
Okay.
Adrenaline Rush, it's not bad.
It's not bad.
It's okay. I'm kind of coping.
Zentaro, what?
Chronobase?
Whoa. Hang on. So I know we were talking about those Dash Awakenings earlier, right? And how they're like, they are important for Zentaro, but
I don't think it's that important.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think that should have been Ember taking Catalyst right there. Yeah. Or Philo actually should have been the one to take Catalyst and just leave Team Player on the board so that Ember wouldn't take Catalyst. I don't know. That was a weird draft. It wasn't what I expected to happen. Just the Solar Flare denied the heavy impacts from the Mako, which is like, it's not bad. It's, that's a decent deny right there. But they could have taken the Catalyst or the Chrono. I don't know. I think that was a weird one, but at the end of the day, they didn't get bad Awakenings. I think they just navigated it very strangely from both sides. We'll just have to see how they make use of the newfound Awakenings, though. But it will be get that money, get that bag, going first on the board.
Yeah, the draft, I don't know what to say. It was just kind of a jump scare even. I think I have to VOD review that with Hopium because I know I didn't teach them that, but as we can see here, Hopium just trying to get the core out, and we're seeing a big and a really good dash punch coming from Shadow, kind of just making use of that adrenaline rush. So I'm kind of hoping to see if this Awakening really is better than Catalyst here. Oh my god, both players on to get that money, get that bag insanely low, but the core flip getting wasted right there. And, a beautiful core flip coming out from Cotton Small does take the goal. It's 1-1 here.
Yeah, the ad rush actually just came in kind of big right there for Shadow. They're honestly, they're kind of lucky that Cotton Small ended up getting the Catalyst and it wasn't just a Solar Flare, because just a Solar Flare would have gotten a lot of energy from that. However, Shadow, once again, now finding the dash punch and justifying the pickup, really. For the ad rush. They weren't getting that many KOs before, but it seems like they've really come online now that they have this extra option, I guess. But yeah, it's good to see that it is, in fact, now working out. Ember does have a core flip up. The goal is open for get that money, get that bag. Core flip burned by Ember there is going to open up. Hopium's goal in return, though. Now on this bottom side, Ember is looking for a score right now, potentially, but Shadow now pushing up the board, goes for the dash punch, expands from Viable, able to shut it down. Now core flip from Viable gets stopped, though, by Shadow, and now shot to the bottom. Shadow able to find the point, and Cotton Small with the KO just for fun. Hopium have now suddenly brought it to match point, even with a kind of a weird draft.
Yeah, as I was saying before, they're just running that damage comp, and they're finally utilizing that damage comp because, what can you do if you're not really paying that much attention to the Finny over there past midfield, not even past midfield line, but, get the money, get the bag, trying to get the win here, trying to get the barrier and trying to go for an offensive play, but, good pass back to just a Solar Flare there to, gain better core control. Shadow kind of low, though, so can they optimize and go for that kill and go for a power play here? But it doesn't matter because even though he's low, Shadow puts the core right in and get that bag, does not get the win.
Great play there from Hopium in those final sets. And yeah, I mean, Shadow's Juliet build, in a vacuum, that's a very scary build. 3 prize fighter stacks, 1-2 punch, Colossus, Pummelers, ad rush. That's a really strong Juliet build, and it all worked out in the end despite being a bit of a weird last draft, but they really, really locked in that final set, set 2 was looking, or set 3 and 2 were both looking very, very close. But once the game plan really came online for Hopium and Shadow started finding those KOs, is where it really started tipping in their favor. Right, so I think this just goes to show the power of just kind of night market and KO comps and stuff in general. Because we were saying it a little bit at the beginning, where it's like it's 1-2 punch Titan start, right? So you'd kind of expect to see a brawler like X or Kazan or something, or Juliet in this case, get the double Titans buff and take the 1-2 punch, versus the kind of safe play of like triple Titans. Which, I mean, Hopium, obviously they did the 1-2 punch thing, and it worked out really well. We saw the results right there. Big Juliet is hard to avoid, and when Shadow was being on point like that, it it can be very tough to deal with. That being said, Solar Flare had some great elusives to stay alive, and they, especially in that first or in that second set, they were doing a really good job just core controlling and just getting the scores. But it eventually just kind of got to a point where Hopium had scaled a bit too much, and they just had the damage, and like we saw, Shadow could just kind of kill from midfield, and there just wasn't enough to do. Not enough Atlas reses to go around, unfortunately.
I have to agree with you there. Both teams really played phenomenal here. It was genuinely a back and forth type of game here. But once Hopium genuinely just scaled, even though the draft was a little bit odd, they truly optimized their picks, and they kind of just utilized it a little bit better, and kind of just went with it. Even though Get That Money, Get That Bag had really good core control, it just got shut down when you don't have a player to do that core control because they're dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to be throwing it to a bit of a break here. We'll wait for the last couple games to finish up in round 2. When we come back, we'll be going into Swiss round 3. Do you have anything to say before we cut to a break?
Oh, I just want to say, I hope Hopium qualifies because they qualified last OSAS. They qualified through week 4, so I truly hope that they qualify here because maybe it's like, I don't know, their win con, they qualified through week 4. They did a phenomenal job. I'm kind of excited to see if Hopium does qualify. Hopefully they do. I might just sleep.
Yeah, well, hopefully indeed. But yeah, we'll be throwing it to a quick break, and when we come back, Swiss round 3. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
All right, and we are back with Swiss round 3. I'm here now with AJ Cannon, and we are going to be jumping into this match pretty shortly here. It's CFG versus Will of B. Will of B has a few names, Sean Brook, Telepathetic, that we've seen before, but CFG largely kind of unknown players here, but they have gone 2-0 and so far looked pretty good. So I'm interested to get into this one and see what we all got. AJ, what are you thinking right now coming into this?
Yeah, like you were saying, I haven't seen these teams as much to like be able to be like, oh, this person has this pocket pick that's really good. But obviously, you know, with the 2-0, it's going to be exciting to see. You know, sadly, one of them is going to drop to being 2-1, but I'm looking forward to a pretty good game. Hopefully, pretty even game that's very back and forth because I always love those going on.
Yeah, absolutely, and. We say it every time when we get teams that we don't really know. It always tends to be a bit of a mixed bag. But I mean, last match was a bit of an unknown, and we saw a real heater. So you know, I'm hoping to see a bit of that. Now, I think we're still waiting on some of the map picks and awakening picks to come in at the moment. So we don't quite have that information just yet, but we will soon. But yeah, unfortunately, we don't know what these players play too much, so it's a little bit hard to speculate until we start seeing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you know, quick search up while you were talking. It seems that Steam Whistle is a fairly competent Kai goalie. Not quite a one-trick, has Erasmus and a Luna as a backup pick, but 29 games of Kai at a 68% win rate is nothing to scoff at there in low diamond. Definitely going to be pretty powerhouse for this tournament. So we're going to see how he can hold it down. And I mean, when you're thinking of a Kai goalie, you're thinking of a lot of matches. Thinking of Imi Village, Night Market, not as much, but you can kind of see it on occasion is there as well. So if they're looking to play a brawler comp, that can fit in there a little bit as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a versatile pick. In terms of like the ranged goalies and like the eject button goalies, because Kai is kind of like a hybrid. In that case, right? He's a very simple one to pilot that you can get a lot of reward out of. He can be a very versatile character. But it looks like we do have our map picks and stuff coming in right now. Siege Machine Prize Fighter on Night Market once again. Very common map here. But yeah, Siege Machine Prize Fighter. Really interesting start. Potential for some brawling, some KOs. We could see that X, the Juliet, potentially come out here. But yeah, Siege Machine, bit of an oddity. You kind of have to be a character that's really into that to take that pick. So I'm curious to see how this draft ends up getting navigated here, and if we do see, you know, potentially. You said that he's got a Rasmus goalie over on the side of Steam Whistle.
Yeah.
Honestly, like personally, Rasmus goalie on Night Market, is like actually good.
Yeah,
like, I love that pick.
Yeah, it is absolutely a really good pick. The feeling of hooking the core from one side of the barrier, like, because that has that middle divide, so you hook it from one side to the other, give a clear pass to your forward. It just feels so good to do that. Now, they're coming out with a Finny ban here, not wanting to deal with that on Night Market. Fair enough, can be quite a menace.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's probably a Finny player over on Will of B, and you know, with the potential prize fighter. And the Finny does like the Siege Machine a bit, and Prize Fighter on whatever brawler they're running with. Could be kind of scary, but it looks like we're gonna see the Mako Juliet coming out once again here. This time from the side of CFG. Oh, potentially going to an X pick, as well as Rex Will hovering the Rasmus. So a Mako buffed double brawler comp. Looks like it will potentially be the X here. Yep. Yeah, so pretty standard Night Market stuff over there. Over on the side of Will of B, though, there's the Kai coming out from Steam Whistle. They're going to have the Estelle midfield and Asher forward. So, yeah, nothing really hugely surprising coming out. Standard kind of double brawler Night Market comp from CFG. And, yeah, pretty standard kind of ranged goalie comp coming over from Will of B as well. And Siege Machine all around except for Twinkle Saki, who has the prize fighter and is going Van Brace this time. Interestingly enough, though, I think the most interesting thing here is that Rex Will went for Siphoning Wand Rasmus over Slick Kicks. But other than that, it's a fairly normal start.
Yeah, and Siphoning Wand can just be a nice way to put a little bit of damage on. You run up and you use your secondary. Can be really nice to just help your X get the kills. Ooh, great teleport there from Estelle to like, secure the goal passing down to Sean Brook there. So really good play there. That was a 23-second goal there. So red team coming out here with a really dominant start there.
Yeah, good way to start it off here for Willoughby, and getting the level 2 early is also really nice, as everyone over on CFG is still stuck at level 1 for a little bit, so they'll have a few more tools to work with for the moment now, as Sean Brook looking to go for that double there, but a nice little defensive play there from Moonlit Owl will stop that from going down. Both teams keeping their barriers up for the moment, but oh my gosh, Twinkle Saki with the bull rush into X Maximus, gonna find the KO and start the power play here for CFG. Just trying to get it past Steam Whistle. So far winning the Strike Wars, but not that one. Twinkle Saki able to get one barrier here. Mac now back online for the side of Willoughby.
Yeah, and that's the thing you really have to be worried about with this sort of Estelle Kai comp. It's really good at core controlling, but if they have control with that double brawler, you almost stand no chance of getting it through them as those two projectile-based characters. You can do it, but it's not going to be an easy one. So as long as CFG can hold control of the core, they're going to do it. But Estelle is really good in those Rose Warps. Until then, dang.
Yeah, and Mac was holding it down in midfield for a while, but the damage coming online there for CFG between Twinkle Saki and Rex Will just took that off the field, and Strike War win there from Twinkle Saki was able to find the point for CFG, and starting us off to a kind of a close match here, as is 1-1 now. But Twinkle Saki with a core flip in the pocket. It's looking to be in a decent position here for CFG as they've won the kickoff. They got a barrier now. It has converted back over to the side of Willoughby, though. They're going to get one in return here, but Rex Will up on this top side of Pendulum Swing. He's going to find it, open up Willoughby's side of the goal here. Now pass down to Sean Brook from Mac. Almost sees CFG's barrier go down, but they do manage to hold it. Now Steam Whistle has a decision to make. Sends it down to Sean Brook. The hook not going to be enough here. Pass splitter comes out, but the defense going to hold from CFG as Twinkle Saki goes up. Doesn't have the core flip just yet, though. And it gets back over to Sean Brook, and the barrier, in fact, will go down now. Mac to Sean Brook. Moonlit Owl able to stop it once, but not twice. The dash from Sean Brook will find it as Willoughby now on set points.
Yeah, was really looking quite dominant for CFG there for a little bit until Willoughby came back. But I was getting ready to say that CFG was done warming up and they were going to beginning to take a lead, but never mind, they are. Twinkle Saki with a core flip right off the bat to get that barrier is really nice.
One barrier down, but Sean Brook able to fire right back with one of their own now and pushing this corner hard right where Asher wants to be. All three members of CFG have to be on this defense here, and so far not able to clear it out as Mac just able to send it right back in. Finally now back to the midfield, but Steam Whistle now pushing up. Great passing play there between Mac and Steam Whistle to get it back up to get that barrier now. Forces out Moonlit Owl's core flip as well, as now Sean Brook with the pass splitter, the Keaton snare jump coming out from Moonlit Owl, but it's not enough. Sean Brook able to force it through there and take the set for Willoughby. That was a great back pass from Mac over to Steam Whistle. They just ran it up the field and gave it right back to Sean Brook. That was a really, really nice play from them.
Yeah, you'll love to see the team play, and you don't always get team play like that, so if you're looking to improve as a team, this is what you're looking for, is passing to your teammates, getting it around your opponents, and playing that mental game. Rampage pick up on Asher, denies Rasmus, and did also just really good size on Asher as well. So that's really good to see that one. The team player might fall all the way down to Mako, which is going to be really strong unless Kai denies. He's going to go for the Rapid Fire, which is really good on Kai as well. Stinger pick up by the Estelle, Chrono Boost by X, and Peak Performance by Rasmus. No real bad picks here. It was really good draft for everyone, I think. But team player on Mako is going to be something to look out with that passive up as well.
Yeah, I think the one thing that's a little bit questionable here is the Chrono Boost on the X, because at that point, Rapid and Peak and Spec Training were all still on the board. I think, like, if you're looking to buff the X Maximus, you just pick up the Spec Training. I think the Chrono Boost doesn't really do a lot. I mean, you get more dash range on the Bull Rush, but that's not necessarily, I mean, we see it right there. It did go quite far, but it's not always what you're looking for. However, like you said, that Rampage pickup is going to be really good here on Sean Brook. And they've got one barrier now. They got the second one, so 2 stacks already as they're just pressuring this power play right now. The forwards in the net. Core flip has to come out from Twinkle Saki to hold it down until Moonlit Owl comes back online here. Almost a KO coming out there, but Mac able to survive. The X Maximus getting popped, though. And there's the death touch from Rex Will to finish that Estelle off. Mac taken off the board. So now the power play has been switched over to the side of CFG here, looking to bring those barrier, but they got 2 core flips over the side of Willoughby to work with. Core flip pass to Sean Brook, core flip shot to the bottom, perfectly played once again. The passing plays from Willoughby looking really good.
Yeah, it was a really nice core chain there, and just to have the communication with the team there to say, I'm going to core flip it to you, because that core flip goes fast, and you have to make sure your team is ready for it. You can trust them to have reflexes, but communication is even better there. So really well done by them, and there's the decision to go for the core flip there just to secure the goal as well in the 2v3 was just a really nice play.
Yeah, and right now, Willoughby won the kickoff. They got their barrier, and they're looking for the second one. Sean Brook, though, not looking super healthy. Has to fall back a bit, running from Twinkle Saki. This is looking like it's going to be a KO here. They do lose one barrier, and there it goes. Now the power play for CFG once again. Got to get out of these ensnare drums, though, as Steam Whistle now having to stall once again. Giga Blast coming out. Mac able to force it out a little bit there. And Steam Whistle running up with the barrage actually gets a barrier when they were in the opponent's power play there. And now Sean Brook back online with an open goal. Passporter comes out, core flip forced out from Moonlit Owl, but nowhere to send it with the Asher standing right there. Barrier beam in your face. That's Will of B bringing it to set point.
Yeah, it was also really nice as well from Mac. Hit a piercing shot directly onto the Rasmus hook there as it was being cast, which allowed for that barrier to be taken as well. So good midfield plays there, which can often get overshadowed on a good midfielder because they're sort of just working behind the scenes to make sure that everything gets done smoothly in the forward and the goalie gets the glory for the goals and the saves, but cannot be understated how much work they're putting in.
And right now, core flip from Twinkle Saki did get Mac's core flip as well. Sean Brook not looking too hot as Mac almost finds a shot to the bottom. Moonlit Owl barely able to save it. Now Steam Whistle up in the midfield actually finds the shot right in between. Twinkle Saki too focused on getting the KOs. Did not see that one. What a shot there. Steam Whistle, Sean Brook, and Mac are finding these points in the faces of dire situations right now and rewarded with potentially a pretty nice draft here as Quick Strikes is on the board for someone to take, should they want it.
Yeah, I'd love to see the denial on Quick Strikes against X, but he's going to heavy impact as well anyways. That lets Asher pick up Quick Strikes, which Quick Strikes and size on Asher, that's going to be so difficult to get through. Asher's already difficult to get through, but when she's faster and bigger, so much more work needed. Aerials on Kai means he can run forward and give more support. Reverb on Rasmus, more cooldown, and he also already has the peak performance. That's also going to be nice. So, again, another one of those drafts where everyone gets something they want. There's no one that's like a Julie picking up Monu because it's not like among Titans that would brick her kit. But just, again, some nice really powerful ones and some nice all-right ones there.
Yeah, once again, though, I think the X picking up the heavy impact there instead of the Quick Strikes may have been a little bit of a missed draft right there. Heavy Impacts doesn't do like a lot for X, whereas Quick Strikes is of course Quick Strikes and it's really good. And of course now Sean Brook, the Asher with the Quick Strikes is pretty scary there. So will it be making off a little bit like Bandits on that draft, being able to secure both that and the aerials on Steam Whistle there and getting a point for it early off as well is quite nice. And they have an energy advantage going here. Mac and Sean Brook both gonna have core flips this round, so we'll see how they continue to play this.
Yeah, I think the one thing was the heavy impact to deny the Estelle the heavy impact, because of course that is really good. Piercing shot can kill onto the Asher that was really nice. Good ensnare drums from Moonlit Owl there. I'll take the play-by-play.
Yeah, that was very good. That got rid of the Rampage stacks, and now Twinkle Saki with the KO of their own. It is just Steam Whistle in the 1v3. Can lose one barrier here, but it could have been a lot worse. Sean Brook able to respawn just in the nick of time to force that core out of there. However, it will be CFG finding their second barrier and opening up Willoughby's side of the goal now. But Sean Brook on the offense, trying to get it through, but the defense will hold. Now Twinkle Saki and Rex will back in the midfield here, but Mac pushing back up. Steam Whistle managing to hold it down, trying to keep it away from this X, but Twinkle Saki with the Chrono Boost Bull Rush coming in big right there and making me eat my words, is able to dash in and win the strike war against Steam Whistle to tie it up now.
Yeah, that was actually a really nice thing, because if I'm not mistaken, that was a strike, and then he got the strike reset off of the Bull Rush there, so he's able to strike again in the face of the Kai there. So really good on that. But a good offense as well from Red Team come out here, but a really good defense as well from CFG.
Yeah, CFG, they've been going for these kills pretty consistently, and like they have been getting them. But it seems like Will of B's team play and just like passing and core control have been a little bit too much for them to handle. So what I think really gonna have to see is either the KOs just become too much for Will of B to handle, or CFG kind of adapt to the the counter kind of core control play that they need to get the points. But that being said, Sean Brook with the core flip finds the KO. An unfortunate blink from Mac is going to block it here, but they have the power play going, and it will be enough as Sean Brook able to get it past these snare drums and bring Will of B to match point right now. All or nothing moment. One more point and it could all be over. CFG going to have to make the miracle reverse sweep right now.
Yeah, there's also a really nice Steam Whistle passed it through the speed gate up to the top there, and when you're playing with Mako, X, and Rasmus, you're not really a fast comp that can just rotate to the other side of the map instantly, so it just gave them so much more tempo because of that. And the quick strikes Asher as well into that corner dribble, so nice.
Yeah, now pass splitter coming out. Huge pressure from Sean Brook. Moonlit Owl able to hold it down for now, but back in the hands of Mac. Pass up to Sean Brook. Rex Will with the death touch, able to get it out of there, but now Steam Whistle dribbling in the top, looking to get it back over to the forwards, pushing it from midfield. Giga Blast sends it to Sean Brook. Moonlit Owl able to fend off that one, but they're still in a tricky situation as it's still in this top corner. Kosaki fighting the barrage here. Is still stuck in this top corner. No one can score and no one can get it out right now. It's a bit of a tight situation. Throwing it back to the midfield, but Mac gonna win the strike. We're sending it down to the bottom. Piercing shot to speed it up. Moonlit Owl can't get there in time. And Will of B will take the point and the game.
Yeah, that was just an absolute perfect moment of patience from Mac there. Just knowing that the Rasmus was going to want to run up and hit the core. Just waited for the Rasmus to do that so that Mac could get the second strike. Follows it along with the piercing shot. Just a beautiful mind game there.
Yeah, that was some really nice play there from Will of B. That was, yeah, like you said earlier, that's like a level of team play that we don't typically see around this league. And they were doing it really well. They had the passing play set up. They had some really nice back passes. And yeah, like you said, they were patient. Mac on that last point, waited out for that Rasmus to get into a spot where he could just like get it around him. And really set that up, even in the face of a kind of a scary night market comp that was getting, a fair bit of KOs, 6 KOs in a, a 12-minute game. That's a pretty noticeable amount. But Will of B were able to hold down those power plays and even score on some of them. And yeah, I'm excited to see where they go from here. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing them in bracket later tonight, as this is going to be now putting them to 3-0.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, gonna be really good to see more of both of these teams, because there is still a chance as well for CFG to get moving on into the tournament if they win the next game they play. But it is a little unfortunate to see the pitfall of the brawler comp that you see so often. You were talking about the KOs. They got 6 KOs, which, yeah, that's an amazing number of KOs. You don't see that all that often. They played the brawl comp really, really well. The problem is that they just weren't able to capitalize all that much, because when you turn it into that 3v2, and sometimes in the one case even a 3v1, if you still can't get it through the enemy goalie because you've used all your abilities, you're playing immobile characters that can't necessarily rotate to actually where the core is from where the kill was, they just weren't able to get those goals. And I think that was also further hamstrung as well by their draft, which you were talking about it a little bit as well, where they didn't get bad things in the draft, but they could have done a little bit better in the draft. And you saw like they had really good power in that first set before the drafts happened. And then the rest of that, because of, I think, a few poor draft decisions giving the enemy too much power, you end up with that just widening disparity in power as we go on.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think giving up the rapid fire to the Kai, giving up the quick strikes to the Asher, were probably two of like the biggest kind of draft factors there. Rapid fire on Kai is just like, it's just such a good awakening in general, especially on Kai and on Kai goalie when you're playing X and Rasmus. Like, you're mostly single hit characters. Like, X can kind of like force it through, but Rasmus can't beat Barrage by himself, like, at all. And when that Barrage has such a reduced cooldown at that point, it becomes very difficult for, 1/3 of your team to really be able to score. And with Mac in the midfield as well, putting up a pretty solid defense and just being right wherever Steam Whistle needed them to be, they were just having trouble securing those barriers. And I think having a little bit of a better draft would help them, would have definitely helped them a lot with that. And of course, quick strike going over the Asher, it just meant that Will of B had even more offense, more core flips available, more quick strikes to try and get through all the Mako hitboxes on the defense and just stuff it through and do what Asher does. So I wonder if it would have been a bit of a different game or not. I don't know, because Will of B were just playing so solid that whole time. But either way, I think it may have been closer than the score led us to believe. So I'm curious to see, kind of both these teams going on.
Yeah, and I think it actually would have been a very different game, because with the comp you have, whenever you add sort of projectile-based core controllers, you basically add momentum to your team. So with a projectile-based core controller, what you're looking at is to have your forward have control of the core and use your projectiles from afar to keep the core near them. So if you ever lose control of the core, it becomes harder to get the core to your forward, because now you're dealing with people that are more up close and your projectiles are less useful. So when you have that Kai and that Estelle sitting further back and able to support the Asher, your goal as Moonlit Owl there is to get the core away from Asher. Their goal is to get the core to Asher.
Yeah.
With the quick strikes on Asher, it became so much more difficult because she had more hits to keep the core near herself, so that the projectile users in the back could save their projectiles for when they were truly needed. And I feel like if that wasn't the case, the momentum would have swung a lot further in the other direction than you might expect from just one awakening.
Yeah, I totally agree. But with that now, we are going to be throwing it to a bit of a break. Might be a little longer break, but while the rest of these matches finish up, because that was a bit of a quick one. But yeah, when we come back, we'll have Swiss round 4, the final round, and of course the standings for who's going to be going into bracket. Do you have any last words?
Looking forward to seeing more.
Yeah, absolutely. Stick around for Swiss round 4. All right, and we are back with Swiss round 4, and we have got a treat for our final match. Both 2-1 teams fighting for a spot to qualify. It's Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid versus Chikara Chills, the rivalry match now. Both these teams, I don't think Chills has qualified before. I think they've gotten very close. And Kool-Aid has also, I don't think Kool-Aid has made it to bracket before. So this is potentially a really big moment for both of these teams. And I'm curious to see how it goes. It seems like it could be a pretty even match here. But it is going to be another night market game. So more of that night market stuff on a primetime Reptile Remedy start. So AJ Cannon, what are you thinking here? Can you tell us a little bit about some of these players going into this?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking that Primetime is going to be picked up on basically everyone. We have a lot of people. IDC, a lot of Rune. Rune loves Primetime. Zero's Omen, Zentaro loves Primetime. I think there's basically every character in the game loves Primetime to some degree, but those are some of the most used, or most users of Primetime.
Yeah.
But I'm not... Maybe someone will take Reptile Remedy and attempt to go for the stagger build. It's another thing where if you see your opponent going for a very big brawl comp and you're not really going for as much of a brawl comp, then you can try to take that to mitigate it. We're going to see an Asher ban coming out here, which does make some amount of sense. How Do I Play has just a few games, also known as 52 on Asher, so pretty good.
There's the Rune ban coming out from Cherry Kool-Aid there, so that makes sense. Yeah, H-Dip can definitely cook. How Do I Play, that is, can definitely cook on the Asher, but he's got a lot of brawlers in the bag. And there's the Zentaro pickup from Cherry Kool-Aid. It's going to steal it away from Zero's Omen and be on How Do I Play instead. It looks like they can go with the Kazan here. Superman guy back on that Atlas. We've seen a lot of the Atlas Maka when we've streamed Chikara Chills, so a bit of a comfort pick there. Really nice to have on the primetime start as well. And JP Mac pulling out the Drakkar, Strike Shot Drakkar goalie here. This is interesting because as far as I know about this player, they're mostly a Kai main. So I don't know that I've seen the Drakkar that much. And Soggy Iguana on the Juno. That is a pickup. And like you said, everyone here going prime time, but the potential to kill is there for both sides depending on how drafts end up going. But of course, there's potential for core control is also really there with the characters selected. Juno Zentaro can definitely hold on to it, that core. And of course, Rasmus and Kazan, the Clarion Corp duo here, have a lot of ways of manipulating that core. Rasmus from more of a distance, and Kazan just has so many cooldowns that when in control, he can just really hold on to it. So I'm curious to see how this ends up going. Chills does have an open goal over on the side of Kool-Aid here and are looking to potentially get the first point, but Cherry Kool-Aid so far managing to hold on and now getting a barrier here of their own.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like some goalie players are just better at playing with that open net. JP Max seems to be one of those players, pretty confident, all things considered. I'm not really fearing for them right now. So if he can just hold that open net long enough, you can still win the game. And, ooh, great there by going to the bottom instead of the top there where Zero's Omen was.
Nice shot there from How Do I Play, but Zero's Omen setting it to the top. I don't care. Has a core flip up. This could be dangerous. Burns it here. Pass down to Zero's Omen, but not fast enough. Does get JP's core flip, though, but a crazy night market bounce is going to send it right back to the center anyway, and Zero's Omen will find the shot into the bottom side, so it will be Chikara Chills taking the first point here, but I mean, not too much you can judge from round one. Even energy on both sides as well as we continue to get along here. But a nice kickoff here from Chills is going to see Soggy Iguana have to burn that core flip defensively there to prevent a double barrier.
Yeah, great leap forward as well from Soggy Iguana there, getting that barrier there. Pass around to the top corner, but a great clear from Superman guy, passing down to the bottom. Zero's Omen has control, but the Molten Bolt is good for a moment, but a great intercept from Zero's Omen.
Now IDC up in the top side, had the death touch to keep it in. Zero's Omen sending it to the top, doesn't find the barrier right there. And he's going to get back out now. Soggy Iguana and How Do I Play in the midfield, looking to push from this top angle. Slime's coming out, Atlas Heel coming out from Superman guy, but HD finding a way to get it around and pick up the barrier now. And Zero's Omen with a core flip. The side of Chikara Chills is looking to pick up a barrier of their own potentially, but uses it to find the KO on How Do I Play instead and start the power play as IDC in the midfield. Night Market Animal gets it over to Zero Zoman. The barrier now goes down. Soggy Iguana versus Zero Zoman in the midfield, trying to hold on, trying to get the forward back, and H-Dip now back online. Still precarious situation as both sides are open here. Superman guy on the top side dribbles it, but the slime is too close. A dangerous play there. Tried to go for the Astral Protection, but didn't quite pay off there. And it was in overtime, so Soggy Iguana was able to get that red core off the slime and steal that point away as Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid now able to tie it up.
Yeah, and a really great manual redirect on that slime as well. Good ult from How Do I Play to keep it in the forward field, but IDC is going to be able to steal it down, but it just keeps going back and forth in the bottom here. No team can really seem to keep control of it for very long with all the abilities. Great barrier taken by Soggy Iguana with the slime there. JP is playing up a little bit further to try and get some forward pressure, and How Do I Play is able to get barrier with that. How Do I Play failing the passive there. Superman guy is just putting up such a solid defense against them. So much pressure on him. Has the core, going to use it. Almost kills Zentaro, but not quite. Soggy Iguana setting up a slime there, but it's not going to get used as Zentaro does die, and it is now the 3v2.
Yeah, with this primetime start, between the three characters over on the side of Chikara Chills, that's just a lot of abilities getting dumped on How Do I Play. And, you know, in these early rounds when there's not a lot of survivability around, survivability on the Zentaro is going to be really important. But regardless, Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid able to bring it back. H-Dip actually getting the revenge goal right there for the KO. But depending on how this draft goes, I mean, you know, there's potential for a lot of damage to come out from the side of Chikara Chills. I mean, as we're seeing already. So Stagger build could end up being like a thing. No one went for the Reptile Remedy this match, but I'm curious to ponder that if H-Dip had gone for that survivability instead of the primetime, if he'd be staying alive a little bit more, and Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid would be having stronger offense. I mean, they absolutely are because they're scoring, but it could definitely be a little bit easier once they, you know, pick up some Stagger Awakenings, maybe like an Unstoppable or something. So we'll just have to see if they get this first set, though. It could be a really nice draft for them.
Yeah, and it's also a matter of the gear as well, because you see double six, and that's Zentaro going down again. Not having any healing from Reptile Remedy or like a Van Braces or a Siphoning Wand. Almost great strike shot by JP Mac there. Almost saves the barrier, but not quite. Good hook from Zero Zone, but not to secure it. JP Mac really on top of this now with the primary, with the Molten Bolt. Striking down along the bottom are both IDC and H-Dip. The barrier finally goes down there. JP Mac with the open net, but he's quite good for it. That's a goal. Despite JP Mac being good on that open net, IDC finds the angle, finds the core, and just sends it in there, bringing it up to 2-2.
Yeah, now it's scary tied up 2-2 like that. It was a great shot from IDC, but both teams, interestingly enough, are kind of looking to be in that overtime situation, right? Between the Kazan and the Juno, both characters who want that core speed, who want to be able to red core it whenever possible. So stalling out the round is kind of the game plan for both, which is I think why we're seeing these rounds go, you know, kind of long, is because that's where these characters tend to excel. But that being said, How Do I Play getting taken out once again for the side of Seraphim here. And like I was saying earlier, this first draft is going to be oh so important depending on, you know, what potentially shows up. Zero's Omen burning a core flip right there to get one barrier. But so far, no second barrier coming out yet as the clock's slowly winding down to the ever dangerous red core era of the match.
Yeah, and you can see that the Zentaro is only level 3 with that, so even if we do see a case where, let's say, Unstoppable is there, or Catalyst is there to potentially save this Zentaro, giving him energy to dodge, or just letting him negate a couple abilities, there's a fair chance that someone on Chikara Chills just denies him the survivability to keep on killing him. The red cores from the slimes are now coming out. That's a great barrier, great angle by Soggy Iguana. Not quite going to find the gold just yet, but it is open, and that is very important for this.
Well, Zero's able to fire right back, though, with the Crook's leverage. Not going to find the goal just there, but Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid is on the defense. Great save from JP Mac. Superman guy is in the midfield. How Do I Play? Almost finds the shot. Not quite, unfortunately. Soggy Iguana in the midfield. IDC pass up Zero's Omen. Dribbles on the top side. JP Mac on the defense, but the shot is not there. Zero's primary is backwards, actually. Gets it over to IDC. Burns the core flip, but doesn't go too far. They have it in the bottom corner, though. Might be able to do something. Dash up to the top side. Not going to find anything. H-Dip now finding the KO in return and now pushing up into the corner. Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid have a shot here on the power play to maybe end it. So you want it in the midfield. Can't seem to find the strike, but we'll get it up to H-Tip. Third tries the charm there. However, Zero's Omen is back online now as all three members of Chikara Chills back here for the defense with the slime from Soggy Iguana. Gets it around the Astral Projection once again. And we'll steal that point. Sarah from Cherry Kool-Aid will bring it back and take set 1. Iguana, the MVP.
Yeah, Iguana has been so good at those manual redirects. That was a manual redirect to get a top bounce down in there, which nobody was expecting. And it just goes to show, Juno can get a bit of a bad rap for having that low skill floor because the slimes can do a lot of work for you. But if you really want to take Juno to that high level, she does have that high skill ceiling of the manual redirect that you can really mess with people with. So really good on Soggy Iguana for that. Picking up a Siege Machine to just make those slimes even harder. When you're getting into these late game overtimes, every little bit of damage on those slimes is going to just pay magnitudes. Orb Dancer on JP Mac is going to be amazing for the Drakkar speed, playing up a little bit more. The bulk up you're talking about earlier, Zintaro with the stagger is going to be really nice to just survive a little bit longer, fire back on the board. Don't barricade, goes down though for Chikara, kills.
Yeah, nice now an open goal for the side of Chills coming off of that kickoff, but now H-Dip able to get one here. But yeah, I think that draft, everyone kind of got what they wanted there. Ooh, a crook leverage into Zero's Omen, gonna find the strike right into the top side. Nice little play there from Chills. But yeah, everyone kind of got what they wanted off of that draft. And I think the Rampage pickup is really big for IDC because it also let Zeros get heavy impacts. So really well played there from Chills. But the bulk up on How Do I Play is actually pretty big because that's survivability and that's power. And bulk up in general is actually just kind of a stronger awakening than a lot of people tend to initially think. And, you know, Peak and Reverb have not shown up yet. Even though Reptile Remedy is gone, the rest of the Stagger Awakenings are still out there. So this Zintaro has the potential to do a lot of scaling here. But unfortunately, Seraphim in a bit of a precarious situation once again. There's 2 barriers to none. They will earn 1 here, but Chikara Chills able to win those quick barriers off kickoff. Could be a nice little win con to prevent the rounds from going on too long.
Yeah. And another thing with the scaling of Zintaro is, oh, it just slides in at the bottom. You hate to see it there. The goalie and the midfield are on the top side of the map, trying to put some pressure up there, and then across down to the bottom, gets it perfectly around them. JP Mac was just slightly too far away to get that. Soggy Iguana was running down as well, but was too far. Tragic goal, but a great one for Chikara Chills. Always go show that spacing is very important on that goalie midfield. And making sure that you can cover all the angles for those really unfortunate ones. But a great cross from How Do I Play back gets that one barricade to start things off.
Yeah, some nice shots there. It's unfortunate that they had to burn 2 core flips, though. They still got 1 on JP Mac, but still got to get through this barrier. And Superman guy holds these down quite well here. JP Mac does burn the core flip there, but now IDC with the core flip burn gets blocked by How Do I Play in the midfield, though, as it continues on this bottom side. And now Zero's Omen also burning the core flip. Everyone burning them, but not landing it on the core, unfortunately. So evening out the energy field, though, for the most part. As now JP Mac going to send it over into this bottom side, getting it away from Zero's Omen. Soggy Iguana dribbling up the board here into the top corner. The slime sending it back down. The Superman guy able to hold on for now. However, it is about to go into overtime. And this is where things get funky. Zero's Omen and Soggy Iguana really come online. And Zero's Omen bringing down the barrier here. Death Touch down to IDC with the slime from Iguana. Able to block it. Trying to send it back in. Chikara Chills pass over to Zero's Omen. Going to find the strike war against the Lizard. And Chikara Chills have taken a set now of their own. 3-0. And potentially get a really nice draft here with Zero's Omen, the MVP.
Yeah, one thing you kind of see coming out here is the Siege Machine on Juno. Now, one of the lesser known and kind of counterintuitive things for Juno is that projectiles make it so that your slimes take longer to come out. So, you know, let's just say it's half a second for a slime to come out normally. With extra projectile, that might be 0.75 seconds, which can make all the difference in some of these games. You're kind of seeing that even though the Siege Machine makes those slimes hit harder and last longer, it can also make them take longer to come out, which is a little unfortunate, and you can kind of see that a few times. But Catalyst pickup on Juno, I did not expect that to get so far in the draft. Really amazing that gets picked up by the Juno there. Just the extra energy from this core is really going to come in handy.
Yeah, that draft was interesting because there were almost everything on the board there was like really good. And so that one can be a really tough one to navigate. I think Zeros should have just taken the Catalyst because it's going to be really good on Kazan because you're getting hit and you're hitting people a lot. But yeah, overall, like, everyone kind of getting something what they want. I would say that Cherry Kool-Aid made off a little bit better there because they got the Unstoppable against Erasmus and they got the Catalyst, and they got a Dash Awakening on Zentaro, even though Chills got Stacks and Stinger and Twin Drive, which is still really good. It's very solid all around, so I mean, we'll just have to see here. A KO coming out, Zero's Omen getting taken out there. So the power play is starting here for Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid. Corflip getting burned there from Superman Guy as well to save that barrier, though. But now it's How Do I Play is actually looking a little bit injured here, but managing to stay alive, avoiding the damage from Zero's. Nice evade there as well to keep alive up in this forward position as we go into overtime. JP Mac going to have a tight situation to get out there, but we'll clear it pretty well with the shotgun. How Do I Play? Utilizing that dash range, going to find the barrier there. Now both sides open. Death Touch from IDC, though, bringing it into the bottom side. Pendulum Swing, but stopped by the Unstoppable, and that's why it's so good, because it just saved that goal away, that single awakening by itself. However, they're going to have another chance here, potentially. Soggy Iguana having to come back on the defense here, but keeping it out of their hands so far. Coreflip coming out from IDC, pushing it in the bottom side. Zeros can't find the crook leverage, though. Going to try it once again with the prime time, but still not enough. JP Mac able to save it once again. Death Touch from IDC sends it down to the bottom corner, and it's too fast for JP Mac to shotgun it. The point does fall to Chikara Chills.
Yeah, just a really good defense by Cherry Kool-Aid, but they just could not get the clear. And that's the most important thing here, especially against Double Brawler. But against Rasmus and Kazan, who can just hook it back every time you try and get it past them, it is so difficult to actually get a proper clear. So looking forward to see how they navigate that in the coming point. But they do get one barricade to start off with, forcing the Atlas to use his Corflip clear.
Yeah, nice little earn there. It will be Chills getting a barrier in return, but Slime from Soggy Iguana is trying to keep it in play here. Of course, there from Cherry Kool-Aid. The battle over the midfield now. JP Mac having to clear it out of there. Bring it up to this top side to try and reignite this offense. But I just see a nice pass down to Zero's Omen is going to find the top spin to bring down the barrier. Now with an open goal, the game has changed. IDC with the pendulum swing. JP Mac saves it once, but not twice. Is on the rebound. IDC will find the shot to the top and bring it to a set point. This could be another 3-0 set here for Chikara Chills. And if they get another really good draft, it could get out of control for Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid.
Yeah, and right there as well, you can see that Chikara is struggling to find the clear there. A double barricade goes down as well. Chikara Chills is so good at keeping that forward pressure, but they do fire back on the other side. Cherry Kool-Aid does manage to get one barrier, but they can't keep it on that side of the map for very long.
Ooh, a great strike shot from JP, but the corner pressure is too much from IDC, who's going to be able to force it through regardless. Chills now, another 3-0 set after Seraphim took that first one. They're really going to have to work to bring this one back. IDC here, the MVP. Taking a look at these awakenings here. We have some size, but we have the quick strikes here. There's peak performance and there's reptile remedy. It's that weird bug where, yeah, if no one takes one of the starting awakenings, if all 6 players take one but not the other, it will show up in the draft again. So there it is again, I guess. H-Dip is going to go for more of that stagger scaling here. Going to take that peak performance. Castellas pickup on the Atlas is very questionable when Quick Strikes was right there, but I guess it's kind of a deny against the Drakkar. Yeah, that may have been a little bit of a blunder from the side of Chills there, despite getting some other really good awakenings.
Yeah, it's definitely... I honestly more question why the Quick Strikes fell all the way down. Of course, size is very good on Rasmus, but if you already have some size, getting the Quick Strikes can really seal the deal. And the Kazan as well, Hotshot, very good, but again, Quick Strikes as well, also very good. The Castellast on the Atlas does indeed deny the Drakkar. Drakkar gets phenomenal use out of it, so I don't blame that one. He gets the increased duration on his speed, but also his Molten Bolt, don't forget about that one. And then, of course, Atlas himself gets plenty of use from it. The secondary lasting longer is amazing, especially when you have Twin Drive. And then the ult lasting longer is great for more healing and just a longer window where you can save people.
Yeah, it's nice to have, but I think taking it over, letting JP Mac get the quick strikes. This is quick strikes, unstoppable, primetime Drakkar now. This guy's going to be a little bit hard to score on, even if you do have some nice awakenings, which Chikara Chills definitely does. So we'll just have to see how they're able to navigate around that on the offense here. IDC does have a core flip up. A nice Molten Bolt from JP that was going to keep it away from them for a little while. H-Dip now firing the core flip, but it's going to get back into this bottom corner. Once again, crook leverage from Zero is going to find the shot. The Slime not quite able to grab it in time as Chikara Chills continuing on their 7th goal in a row now, unanswered by Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid, and they have 2 core flips up, so it could get a little bit dicey here.
Yeah, and you are right. That is such a... I mean, it is such a hard defense to get through with that Drakkar that has the prime time and the quick strikes and the unstoppable and the strike shot. But they're doing it. They have so much forward pressure here, and it seems that Cherry Kool-Aid just cannot answer back to that forward pressure. They sometimes manage to clear every now and then, but they just can't clear for long, and that's a core flip from IDC that's gonna take that goal, putting them on potentially match point there.
Yeah, really tough situation there. JP Mac went for the shotgun. Probably should have just struck first and then shotgun, but IDC had the pendulum swing right there to back it up. So, yeah, it was a really tough reaction right there, but a great shot from IDC. It will be Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid able to get the first barrier off of kickoff, though, but we'll see if they're able to continue. A nice pass from Iguana down to H-Dip. Going to be able to open up this side of the goal now for the first time this set, as potentially Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid could find a point here, but they got to get out of this bottom corner. Zeros and IDC are just keeping the pressure on right now. Nice clear from JP Mac, but it's still in the midfield here. IDC with the pendulum swing will find the barrier now. Now in the bottom side, Superman guy passing it up. Corflip from JP Mac gets blocked and it gets around behind him. IDC, a great reaction or a prediction right there to hit the bumper right over to Zeros and punish the positioning right there. Chikara Chills managed to bring it back after the set 1 loss and take the game. They'll be going to bracket now 3-1 and just looking really good.
Yeah, really unfortunate for all the people cheering for Cherry Kool-Aid there. They even have the copy pasta ready for it. But unfortunately, Chikara Chills is just going to take that, eliminate their opponent from the tournament, from OSAS entirely. This is the last week, so those teams that are knocked out are out until the next season of OSAS. So unfortunate for Seraphim and Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid, but congratulations, Chikara Chills, for securing the spot in the brackets.
Yeah, they played that really well. 202 redirects on IDC is very nice. 92 shots as well. IDC was putting up some really good numbers there. 5 goals, 4 assists, 6 goals from 0, and 5 KOs here. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's coming down to a lot of the little things at this point. A few missed shotguns, a few misplaced angles from Cherry Kool-Aid. It's just Chikara Chills was able to really exploit the weaknesses that they found in the defense. And once they got... That second draft had just so many good things in it, from the stacks to the twin drive to the unstoppable to the catalyst, that I think a lot of characters could have taken anything there and it would have been about the same. But Chikara Chills was able to utilize it a lot better overall. I think especially just getting the stacks on IDC, having that extra mobility on the Rasmus was really nice in general. So yeah, overall, I mean, well played by both teams, but yeah, Chikara Chills just, more consistent on the defense and finding the holes in Seraphim Cherry Kool-Aid's defense, especially that last point we saw a great block from IDC to get it around the back of JP Mac, and Zero's Omen was just standing right there in position to just sink it right in. It was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and it's also a great sort of foil to the last game we saw, where Cherry Kool-Aid played a very similar comp to the double projectile supporting a forward comp. You have Drakkar and Juno trying to control the core, get it to the Zentara to score, and then on the other side you have 2 brawlers, Rasmus and Kazan, trying to keep it on side of the field, and you could see the momentum swinging very wildly in this game. As soon as Chikara Chills had control of the core, they kept control. They pushed it forward. They kept it on the side of they kept it on Cherry Kool-Aid's side of the field, and they just didn't have the tools and the tech to clear it, because against that double brawler that's in your face, the double projectile comp just doesn't quite have that push through. You have to go around them. You have to keep it from getting to that point as much as you can, because once you're in that, it is dire straits indeed.
Yeah, and I was a little bit surprised to see the Drakkar pick. I was kind of expecting the Kai from JP Mac. I don't know, like you said, I don't know if it would have mattered, since it's a bit of a similar situation. but you have a bit more range instead of a bit less on the Kai. So I don't know. I think it's a tough one to really call like exactly what went wrong, but yeah, you definitely have a point there. But I think with that being said, we are going to be going to a bit of a decent break here before we go into brackets. So, anything else you wanna say before we cut to a break?
Congratulations to the teams that have made it to the last week of OSAS brackets. Apologies and condolences to the teams that couldn't, but improve and try again next time. This is the amateur series. There is always room for improvement, so watch over your VODs, look at what went wrong, look at what went right, and come back even stronger for the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that, stick around. We'll be going to a bit of a break. And when we come back, it's bracket time to see who our qualifiers are. So don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Omega Strikers Amateur Series. I'm here with Sargli, and we're here for the final bracket stage in the weeklies of Season 6. Only 3 teams out of 7 can make it to the finale, and we're seeing 2 of them right here, Luminex versus Chikara Cheating. Sargli, how are you doing?
I'm doing alright. It is fairly late on Thursday, and I'm feeling a little tired, and this is my first time casting. But hopefully this will go fine. Let's go over. And
Yeah.
we're going to game now.
Yeah, we're heading to characters like the Twin Drive Among Titans start. Any thoughts on the Awakenings on Gates of Obscura here?
When we see a start like this with Twin Drive and Amon Titans, usually either the entire team picks Amon Titans or goes Twin Drive. So I'm really interested in seeing if we'll see like a Twin Drive versus Amon Titans, or if we'll just see everyone on Amon Titans.
And with Rune Kazan bans, that's a lot of comfort picks taken away, but an immediate Octavia lock here. Octavia, a bit of a polarizing character, and not one we see too often on Gates of Obscura, but any thoughts on that in particular?
With both Twin Drive and Amon Titans, we'll probably see this Octavia pick Twin Drive, right, for that secondary boost. And with this,
It's a bit confusing, this composition. We're seeing a Fini goalie with an Era and Octavia being hovered. So Luminex picking a lot of comfort, it feels like, but I'm not quite sure on how this comp fits together. On the other side, we're seeing Dubu Estelle and probably a Brawler here. That's a much more logical comp, I think, from Chikara Cheating, especially on Gates of Obscura, where melee goalies have a good time.
yeah, we'll have to see if this Era Octavia forward duo will be able to pull through with that speed, with that Twin Drive probably coming out, and probably overwhelming this Asher Estelle forward duo on the enemy team.
But it's a bit too early to tell. We'll have to see the Awakenings and how they land here, as Jet Secret on that Dubu comfort pick. He's going to have a pretty good time on this Gates of Obscura map, but it's actually an all Among Titans, both sides preferring the reliable flat speed stat here, and with the kickoff going through like that, I'm kind of a little concerned for Luminex here. Their double midfield comp with the Octavia as well. The Fini goalie's going to have a bit of a tough time against this Asher and Estelle. These barriers are looking a little dangerous, and one already gets taken down here. Both are down already.
Yeah, and we're seeing like this Fini and Era duo is struggling to get it past Asher, and Asher just puts it in with primary, backed up by that Estelle before Fini's able to pass the Hack and Tekken at the bottom.
Yep. And it was pretty dominant, but Sargli, I think we already have to look to the future, right? Do you think this Octavia will be able to scale, or will Gates of Obscura just be too tough of a map for Octavia to really navigate?
Yeah, something interesting here, right, is that Octavia has Fan Brace, so that gives her a lot more safety, and against because Octavia usually, even if she does scale, we see damage come out as counterplay, and with this Fan Brace, if this Octavia manages to scale, they might be able to bring it back really dominantly, just with a few Awakenings, like Cast Blast, Aerials, Chrono Boost. Those are all still on the table.
Yeah, and on the other hand, immediately in this very first set, the lack of slick kicks is kind of showing. Hekken Tekken doesn't have that immediate speed on the core striking here, as this corner has been a tough spot for Luminex. Like you mentioned, of course, the Asher and the Estelle so good at playing the corner, and on the other side, a Fini goalie, not many tools, still getting out of there, but another layered blink from Perfect Curves will take the barrier. Chikara Cheating looking very solid here. Brando with the mix-up, a strike or win from Perfect Curves to keep it going, and almost a Crystal Thorns to send it in, but saved away by Naptime as it bounces on the lip, and Jet Secret hasn't really let the barriers down. Naptime winning the strike wars, but this Asher is a character that could just ignore the strike war completely in a few seconds. This Hekken Tekken now with possession needs to find something here, but a flip forward. Brando with the flip and converting 3-0. Very clean set from Chikara Cheating, and they get the first draft.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think we're seeing this Fini struggle in this match against Asher with no really anti-stuffing power against that primary, and Era not really being able to back him up by moving far back enough to help that strike bar either. But now we see aerials and stacks in draft. It's really whoa.
Yeah, that's huge because stacks on stacks actually being taken here, but unfortunately, as we get to the later parts of the draft, Octavia not getting the speed here. You said whoa. I think.
Finny took aerials.
Yeah, and although it still likes aerials, Hotshot was right there, right? So I think a bit of a big draft blunder from Naptime here. Perfect Curve still gets what they want, and the Finny not really the greatest user of that awakening.
Yeah, and for this Octavia, we're seeing Recovery Drone instead, which boosts survivability a bit, but without much to without Chrono Boost or Cast, we're probably still going to see her struggle to really control the core much, as a bit of a struggle there with the Finny secondary versus that Asher, and Banner just puts it in with primary again.
Yeah, Jet Secret kind of feeling himself, walking up all the way, pressuring Naptime. And Brando and Perfect Curves are playing around these portals quite well, utilizing them, walking through them. But Heckin' Tekken now, with the extra size, does have a lot more reach on this Octavia. The passing plays with bonkers, but it goes directly into Jet Secret, who with the Dubu has no trouble saving it away. And now it's Brando V2's turn. Goes through the portal again, but Perfect Curves in position. One barrier taken, Brando trapping it, looking for another. And almost gets it through. A defensive flip from Heckin' Tekken, but Luminex's offense needs those flips to function. And Jet Secret now, with a bit of an easy time saving, but a roll forward is a bit poorly placed, unfortunately. Will give Luminex a bit of a chance here, as Perfect Curves and Brando are pushing up. Looking for an opportunity, but Perfect Curves is just interrupting Heckin' Tekken at every turn.
We're seeing like a bit of a scary midfield here with Perfect Curves burning flip and forcing Napkin to burn his flip too. And now all three on Luminex playing defense here against Brando, and unfortunate Finny card on the clear, blocks his own clear and own goals.
Yeah, that's tough too, because the clear was so good, right? Got it out of there past Brando on the dash. But unfortunately, that's the second own goal from Naptime's abilities. First it was the secondary, now the primary. This Finny goalie pick not proving to be a great one, but that era with the NATO will create a striker advantage for Luminex. And maybe they have a shot here because they did take both barriers earlier against Jet Secret, but Brando's just stalling it out expertly, not wasting the core flip at all.
Now we have a power play on the side of Ishikara with that nasty primary kill. And now we see Brando and Perfect Curves pushing up. Jet Secret up, pushing up with flip, but managed to clear away by Naptime.
Yep. And Naptime now just trying to defend these barriers, as they do have the 2-0 barrier advantage. Perfect Curves stunned away a little bit, and Jet Secret in an open net. The era shrink lasts long enough to make sure that Jet Secret can't reach the core, and Luminex actually strike back, and maybe they have a chance here. And with the Awakenings left, like you mentioned earlier, right? A lot are still left in the draft coming up.
Yeah, we've yet to see Octavia Abyss, and even without this, honestly, Heckin' Tekken's playing fine. Like, with these strike wars in the corner and with bombers to help back them up, they've been scoring fine on this Dubu, despite the matchup and despite this Awakening deficit, frankly.
Yeah, so we could see a lot more here, as the Finny secondary used a great effect there, actually. Kind of like a stuffing tool with all of that reach, but Brando's on the other side. Naptime's flip burn defensively, and Perfect Curves blinking in, but Heckin' Tekken's in position, but a good Tofu Fortress, but Jet Secret gets taken out by the Magic Maelstrom, and now Heckin' Tekken and Bonkers with the passing play between Brando and Perfect Curves to find the goal. It's 2-2, and one more goal could turn this entire game around. The Octavia Abyss is on the cards here.
Yeah, and we've been seeing Heckin' Tekken's probably going to get MVP, right? Because they've been getting like all these barriers, all these goals. They're really set on EXP to get MVP this draft, and if this Octavia gets exactly what they need, they might just outscale and win off a single Chrono Boost or Cast Last.
Yeah, And like you're completely right. Heckin' Tekken is looking very good on the XP department. If they get this goal, it's basically decided. If Bonkers gets it though, Bonkers might be the one being first pick. Probably not what you want here. And Nap Time also is looking pretty good on the XP front. But forget about XP. It's Brando and Perfect Curves pushing in. It doesn't matter because they are the ones who win the set, prevent the set win from Luminex, prevent any chance of Octavia scaling here. Perfect Curves might have to make a hard deny, but even then, the Octavia Abyss doesn't show up.
That's quite an unfortunate page for Luminex, but on the bright side, that does mean Chrono Boost and Castellast are guaranteed in the next drafts. And if they do win, they will be seeing that next draft.
Yep.
Instead, we see Octavia pick up or Ponderer, which will help her snowball if she manages to run around and grab those orbs.
Yeah, and interesting pickups. I'm interested that Brando actually goes for the Stinger here, really trying to take down this Octavia, trying to put the damage pressure on instead of opting for the Rampage, which would be the more popular pickup in that spot. But Bonkers actually has been pretty good, and Brando doesn't even need the damage, just needs the combo to take the recovery drone off of Heckin' Tekken immediately.
Yeah, now Brando's still keeping up this offensive pressure. This in this Finny goalie Asher forward matchup, and now it's on the side of Luminex with a passing play to get it back to the other side.
But Luminex are just stacked on top of each other a little too much, it feels like. When Bonkers and Heckin' Tekken lose the core, Jet Secret just clears to the other side of the map and it just completely cleared the perfect curves. They're just standing on top of each other, unfortunately, and that means Chikara Cheating have such an easy time with their particular pressure. Perfect curves to the top side, keeping possession as Jet Secret just keeps it away from Heckin' Tekken, the flow state not maintained here. And even though Perfect Curves is low and one barrier is taken, it's still an open net here.
Yeah, Luminex is like as a team is a little struggling against Asher Forward, especially with like how they're just able to primary through all three of them at the same time. Really, and it's Perfect Curves actually sneak it into the top corner with that secondary, beating over Heckin' Tekken's presence in the top.
Yeah, and with that, Chikara Cheating continuing to maintain their lead. They have a lot of meter as well, and the meter of Luminex is looking very low. Flips so far away at this point, while Jet Secret has plenty of defensive insurance. Use it to send it forward to Brando. They're trying to force through the portal here, but they'll just slip to Jet Secret again. And a KO found on the Heckin' Tekken to Vambrace Octavia. Vambrace not enough, and I think if you're the side of Luminex, you're kind of regretting not taking slick kicks. That additional speed might have helped a lot in terms of core control. And you're getting killed through Vambrace anyway, so it's a bit of a tough spot.
Yeah, despite this, the recovery drone and the Vambrace pickup, it's just not enough survivability against Asher, who's just so oppressive with pushing you with secondary, primary, straight off the edge. And now it's Bonkers that's actually getting staggered now, forced back to grab the orb, as Brando is again pushing up with Asher, and this Dubu wall backing him up.
Well, Jet Secret to Perfect Curves, another passing play getting started, and Brando, although staggered, it's actually Heckin' Tekken who lurks near the wall and gets sniped by a single ability from Perfect Curves. It's traded away, but Jet Secret has so much presence here, has so much speed to work with in the midfield, and is not fearing anything on this defense. Perfect Curve sends it up again, and Jet Secret will send it away. That's a respawn coming in for Brando, and another chance for the side of Chikara Cheating. Brando will get the secondary on the core just barely. It's 2-0. They're one goal away.
Yeah, Finny Car was just barely too slow to catch that. That's the core speed just a little too high for that. Now, this is going to be a really tough comeback for Luminex, having to win 2-0 from this set and then having to pick up what they need in draft.
Well,
but
Brando just to the top side. As you were talking about the future, that future is cut off. Chikara Cheating advancing to the next round, to the qualification matches. And that was a pretty dominant performance. I think Luminex pick comfort, but their composition just didn't really have a solid game plan on Gates of Obscura.
Yeah, unfortunately on a map like Gates, there's a lot of corner pressure, and with Brando on Asher and Perfect Curves on Estelle, it's just so much hits on so much pressure. so many impact abilities going into that corner, and you just can't really fend that off with Finny or Era on midfield.
Yeah, it's a tough map because kind of forces you out of your comfort zone if your comfort zone doesn't fit it. But Chikara cheating, continuing their chances. They've been in the final part of the weeklies very often. They've fallen barely short many times, but this could be their week.
Well, good luck to Chikara cheating for the rest of the bracket.
We're heading right into another matchup, though, actually. We're heading into Chikara Storm versus Chikara Phoenix. Two Chikara teams. And this is an interesting matchup. Both these teams, I think, some of the highest ranked in this OSAS, just from rank alone. And I think you'll see a few familiar names. It's Kenzie, Pudash, and Datagast versus Mike Mart, Friendly Taco, and Azuro.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with any of these players, frankly, but
Damn. Your Westie side is showing.
yeah.
Well, to be fair, I'm only really familiar with two players here. Mike Mart and Kenzie. I've seen both these names, and of course Mike Mart kind of vanished off the face of the earth before returning.
I've seen Friendly Taco and Azrael's names a few times before. Like, just hanging around.
Well, Chikara Storm went 4-0 in the Swiss phase. Chikara Phoenix went 3-1, but they won their bracket match earlier, so Chikara Phoenix also looking good. As Sargly, what have you been up to? It's gonna be a bit of a wait, so might as well. Have you been doing anything
honestly,
interesting?
well, all our classes were moved to remote because of protests on campus.
Ooh.
So I've just been kind of holed up in a dorm, doing stuff.
Wait, your classes aren't
doing
over
stuff-
yet?
Yeah.
What?
Well, the woes of a quarter system.
Oh, oh, okay. Damn. I thought my classes ended late. And mine are, like, finally over recently.
I have like 2 weeks ago. It's
Oh.
not that.
Well, you start really
It's not
late,
that
right?
prime, at least.
Like, you
It's
start
late.
after summer pretty
like-
late?
It's late September, late.
Yeah, that's late. Because usually it's late August.
Yeah, just push back a month. Wonderful.
Well, very interested to see what they'll do with this one, Chikara Storm, Chikara Phoenix. It's time for it's that time of the night where I just like do really awkward interview questions. Okay, Sargly, what made you want to cast?
I just kind of wanted to try it out.
Okay,
Honestly, I thought it'd be pretty cool.
yeah, it is pretty cool. Next question, Sargly, what's the origin story of your profile picture?
I drew it. I thought that was funny too. Just see a lot of my things are motivated by just me thinking they're funny and then doing it.
That's good. I'm a fan of that. That was me with Mega Strikers tournaments.
Thought they're funny.
Well, not funny, but I thought it would be like interesting because at the start of beta there was like nothing for like community tournaments, so I was like, yo, might as well. And I didn't know anyone. I didn't know anyone at the very start of beta Omega Strikers, so I Twitter DM'd Coach Yoki and was like, yo, how do I talk to people about this? And Coach Yoki was like, I might know a few people. And eventually that awkward DM was the start of like the entire North American competitive Omega Strikers thing, but at first I was just like doing it for fun. And then Achi reached out like immediately and I was like, whoa. Doing it not alone is like cooler than doing it alone. And Jet Secret's saying something weird. Ignore that guy. He's on Chikara cheating. He probably cheats.
Okay. Yeah, I can't see the audience anyway. You're all names in Twitch chat.
Well, you've only lost 2 sets so far. If you cheated better, you'd have lost 0. If you cheated better, you would. Well, okay. Okay, Sargly, next question. What do you think will be the map for this one? Just like guess. What do you think the psychology?
Night Market?
Okay, Night Market. Well, you would be right like 90% of the time, but this is a 10%. We're going to
Oh my
Oni
God.
Village.
Those are like polar opposites.
Yeah, like usually it's Night Market, but sometimes it's not, and this is one of those sometimes.
Sometimes it's Gates of Obscura.
Holy, it's actually a Chikara sweep. This is the first time. Both winners qualifiers are 2 Chikara teams each. So the third place losers qualifier will also be 2 Chikara teams. So out of the 4 Chikara teams in the winners qualifiers, 3 will make it and 1 will not. And it'll be really embarrassing for the one who isn't, but you know,
This is rigged.
is it rigged?
Is it not?
It might be. It would be really like good for the script if a Chikara team finally won in season 6, because the Chikara team hasn't won OSAS yet. They've gotten close, but a Chikara team hasn't. So it would be really good narratively if like this was the time, and it starts with like the final qualification weekly, having some Chikara dominance, but the team that barely makes it in 3rd place losers qualifier is the one that actually gets a huge level up, and that's the Chikara team that ends up winning it all. That would be a pretty good narrative, I think.
Oh. I'm just baffled looking at this bracket.
Yeah, well, you should be baffled.
Yeah.
OSAS has gone through like 20 different format revisions, sometimes during a season. We're finally here.
With 4 Chikara teams in semifinals.
That's a lot of that's a lot of them. Well, what did you eat for breakfast?
I didn't eat breakfast. So,
Oh, what did you eat for lunch?
I forgot it.
What did you eat for dinner?
Some rice and chicken. I also had a slice of pie. That was pretty cool.
Oh,
Hey, what's your favorite pie flavor?
my favorite pie flavor, apple pie.
I see.
What's your favorite pie flavor?
Pumpkin pie.
Oh, understandable. I've had breakfast, but I haven't had lunch or dinner.
It's almost 9.
Well, for you, maybe. It's almost 9. For me, it's different.
Wait.
I'm in a different time zone.
Oh shit.
It's almost like a different world.
Oh no.
Okay.
Not the East time zone.
Yeah. Well, we're heading into our next game. Chikara Storm versus Chikara Phoenix. Let's go. Wow. I'm so glad you're a Westie, though, because if you weren't a Westie, you'd be staying up quite a bit.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be too out of the ordinary, honestly, but if this went on too much longer, I would probably knock myself out. It is a sleepy day.
Okay, next question. I'm out of questions.
What's your favorite question to ask people?
My favorite question to ask people? I don't have a favorite question. I just like think of one on the spot.
I mean, can you do that right now?
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be my favorite. It would just be a question.
Can you ask you a different question?
Okay, what's your favorite fast food fries? This is a very important question, actually.
I don't think I've eaten that many, but out of the few I do remember, it's probably McDonald's.
Damn. Now I'm disappointed.
Why? What?
McDonald's fries are just like a whole lot of nothing.
What? Aw. I mean, they're crunchy. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but like all good fries should be crunchy. It's like telling a Mega Strikers player that they have to strike.
Well, a lot of fast food fries aren't crunchy.
Oh yeah, but they're like bad fast food fries.
The McDonald's ones are the only non-bad ones I've had.
Oh, well I'm sorry for your loss.
True.
What's your favorite fast food chicken sandwich?
I don't think I've had a fast food chicken sandwich.
Good.
Or like,
Damn,
okay.
you're living a pretty healthy life then. Okay, so the reason why this isn't an animal style reference is because In-N-Out fries are like famously bad. They like kind of suck.
Soft. Mush.
Well, we're seeing Oni Village and we're seeing Melee Goalie, so we're in for a long game here, Sargly. Gotta hope that these teams live up to it. I think I would slightly favor the Rasmus over the Zentaro, but I would also favor the Juno over the Aimi in this particular Oni Village matchup, so really could go either way.
Oh. Honestly, with the team players start, this might spiral out of control with core speed before any of these characters really do much.
Yeah, interestingly, Pudash actually not opting for the team player as the goalie's Data Gas, who does so because it's an extra special start, valuing the extra Tofu Fortresses, but low-key, I might have preferred the team player on the Dubu. It's Oni Village after all. There's a lot of room.
Yeah, it's, as a goalie, you're passing a lot, especially on an open map like Oni Village. Yeah, it's only this Atlas' team player, and instead it's their midfielder Data Gas with team player on the side of Storm.
Ooh, and Azarel trying to find the shots. Doesn't quite get it. Pudash manages to defend. Oh, what an angle by Pudash. Saves it at the cost of their own life, but does manage to get it out of there. And if Datagas and Kenzie can defend, this could be huge. Friendly Taco with the patience, but the slime will send it away anyway, and Mike Mart forced to retrieve it. As Kenzie with the patience doesn't strike it into the glitch pop. Buys so much time. And Chikara Storm stay alive there somehow. And Mike Bart's flip now burned. So much value from this point. Kenzie in the 1v1. And the Expanse stopped right in front of it. What a play by Chikara Storm.
Wow, that's the Taro Primary just doing everything it needs to. That's stalling right in front of that Expanse and then just shooting it straight into the top with too much core speed for that Atlas to handle. Now it's Storm with the offensive pressure versus Slimy Turret passing between each other with that team player, midfielder.
Yeah, Kenzie once again putting in a lot of work, and that Tofu Fortress coming out as well, but Mike Mart's Expanse will defend it away. Flip available top side, but Mike Mart It's right to his face, and still defends it away despite the primary from Kenzie again. Mike Mart's on point with these strikes, but a lot has to be said of the shot placement being a little bit questionable from Chikara Storm. It's going right to Mike Mart's face, and it's kind of easy to defend. Then a defensive core flip from Azarel to friendly Taco. They're looking for the passing plays, but not quite as Pudash takes control. Data Gas trying as well, and Pudash is covering this barrier quite well, as friendly Taco and Azarel can't quite get it. They're out. The speed difference is kind of coming into play here a little bit as Azarel, but a great glitch pop from Azarel actually does manage to get the defensive play there, and this Oni Village game is really going the distance as a hasty core flip. Kenzie top corner looking for the dribble, but again it just spirals out of control.
Yeah, we see even with a Kenzie on this incredible pressure with Data Gas backing him up, Mike Mart and Azrael have been holding it down really well with their ability usage, and it's actually friendly Taco that brings set back to 1-1.
Yeah, and Mike Mart's holding has been quite exceptional. I think Data Gas and Kenzie do need to hit away from Mike Mart a little more, because if you're hitting at the Atlas, it does make Mike Mart's job a little more doable here, even in the 1v2. And Azarel and friendly Taco now to the top side, a great shot placement from the Aimi as friendly Taco has the resources pushing forward with the death touch as well, but just slips away. And now Kenzie's chance to go with the slimes backing them up, but friendly Taco with the pressure on the barrier, not quite so far. But Data Gas top side looking. Kenzie now with the flip available, primary to try and thread the needle, and will manage to do so against Mike Mart. So Pudash with the save, maintaining one barrier is pretty huge, and the flip comes out, defended away still by Chikara Storm. They maintain the barrier. Kenzie has flip available. If they could use this correctly, that could be a goal, but it's wasted, used prematurely, and now it's looking a little bit unfortunate here, because friendly Taco and Azrael, they've had the passing plays. They could succeed in getting this barrier. They managed to do so, and friendly Taco with the pendulum swing will just send it in. 2-1 in the favor of Chikara Phoenix.
Yeah, we're seeing Mike Mart and Azrael playing really good defense now, stepping it up and pushing back against the Centaurus pressure, bring the set to 2-1 from their initial disadvantage. Now, Azrael and friendly Taco moving up with flip.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Kenzie on the bottom side does have the passive though, and Data Gas actually gets a slime on it, but it's the worst bounce possible. Unfortunately, it bounces backwards, doesn't even bounce off the corner, just slides off the lip into the goal, unfortunately for them, and Mike Mart is the one who is first pick here. That is a scary proposition. This Atlas could become an even more dominant defender here, and we're probably going to see an unstoppable deny if Mike Mart is... Oh, Quick Strike. So Quick Strike is a good pick too, but Unstoppable for the Dubu here would be the best pick possible. Goes for Recovery Drone instead, but that's a short-sighted pick. Unstoppable against Rasmus Aimi would have basically won the game here, made it so impossible for Stuffing to score. And Unstoppable's overlooked a lot of no sass. I think if any of these teams are VOD reviewing, Unstoppable against single-hit forwards is game-changing.
Yeah, and instead we see Azrael taking Stinger, which honestly is still very, very valuable for this team, despite that whiffing that unstoppable, frankly.
Yeah, Data Gas is low. The chip damage from the Stinger actually coming into play pretty hugely here for Chikara Phoenix, as both the barriers do fall though. Pudash is pressing forward, and actually this Dubu playing pretty actively as Kenzie gets the dribble away from Mike Mart, gets the stall, gets the flick, the board flip from Kenzie to mix up Mike Mart and Azrael. Someone clip that, because that is the type of thing that you like to see on the Zentaro.
Yeah, we're seeing more damage come out from the side of Chikara Phoenix, but still, Kenzie's still putting up so much pressure against Mike Mart, and it's just a little too much to handle sometimes, even with Data Gas all the way backed up, staggered.
And Kenzie once again in the 1v1, a good primary from Mike Mart to get it out of there, the astral projection just enough, but if Kenzie gets it again, they're playing so patiently, and Pudash gets the defense as well. The strike shot burned away, Kenzie with the patience! Mike Mart doesn't expend the flip, and that means Chikara Storm are going up 2-0. Datagast and Pudash are just holding it down and trusting Kenzie to convert, and Kenzie's doing it.
Yeah, unstoppable to save that.
That's so true. Unstoppable would have made that so much easier for Mike Mart. Unstoppable on the goalies is such a valuable pick, but now the barriers are going down. A great glitch ball from Azrael to defend it away just barely, but Datagas has possession, blocking away the hook bounce as well. The slime, Mike Mart doesn't notice, and it's coming back to bite him all the way back in like OSAS 1 or 2. There was an incident where Game got KO'd by... Oh, what was the name? But there was another Juno Slime incident. That was shades of it right there. But this draft is actually slightly favorable towards Chikara Phoenix, actually. They have a lot of interesting picks. The Hotshot Deny is pretty easy from the Atlas, but goes for the Twin Drive anyway. Hotshot Deny from the Rasmus probably, but if you go Might here, if you look at the Might pick, that means Hotshot falls down to the Juno, so you probably have to deny it here. So it's actually a bit of a tough spot for Chikara Phoenix here, because Chikara Storm get a lot of power picks.
On the other hand, this is an Atlas Twin Drive, and Atlas being such a cooldown-based character, especially with Atlas being able to honestly just cancel anything that Zentaro wants with that secondary, might play a big part in helping Phoenix stay in this game.
Yep, and one barrier goes down, the other goes as well. Mike Mart with the strike shot and with the expanse, like you mentioned, keeping that barrier completely locked down, preventing it from going down here, as Azrael being beaten by Kenzie in the strike war, but still pushing the core forward, still pushing it up, but doesn't have the reaction time for that strike, and Kenzie pushes it forward to get the barrier. Kenzie's been converting so reliably here, and if Pudash can get out of the situation, strike war's friendly tacos secondary, but isn't quite fast enough to reach the bottom side of the net against the pendulum swing accelerating the core, and now it's a bit of a tough spot because, like you mentioned, that Twin Drive on the Atlas, and of course the Hotshot that just got value there for friendly taco. Chikara Phoenix, their draft wasn't bad at all.
Yeah, and now it's now instead it's Storm with the first barrier of managing to sneak it past Mike Mart.
Yeah, and Mike Mart with the flip available does have a lot of resources, but Kenzie's trying to slip it through and burns Mike Mart's flip. A little bit of panic there, and honestly though, with the way that Chikara Phoenix are playing, I think they've adapted a lot. I think they're not getting caught in the midfield as much by Datagast.
Yeah, often they're even forcing Datagast back with their offensive pressure, and it's really Kenzie that's the only one really able to play offense most of the time. I mean, granted, sometimes it does work, but now all three of them are backed up on defense.
Yeah, bit of a tough spot as Friendly Taco tries to push up, tries to find the read, but it goes to Kenzie, slowly drifts away. A great redirect there, and a Juno Slime will take the barrier. Good spot for Chikara Storm if they can keep it going, but Friendly Taco controls the core quite well. Gets the barrier, and Kenzie now has the flip, sends it right through Mike Mart. It's 1-1, and once again, like you mentioned, the individual outplay from Kenzie comes through, but Chikara Storm are very dependent on Kenzie to convert like that.
Yeah, just this Zentaro with so many different ways to just hit the core versus this Atlas, sometimes caught out in the open without abilities, just proves to be such a dominant force in this game, despite Datagast not always being there to back up on offense.
Oh, but that's an unfortunate spot. Two barriers down, and Friendly Taco is flipped. One pass from Azrael will be all it takes. And just a flip taken, but it just misses. A bit of a Kaz there to the bottom side. And Kenzie now with possession for a moment, but Azrael wins the critical strike where prevents his Zentaro offense, and Friendly Taco with the pendulum swing will interrupt the dribble from Pudash. And you can dribble like that, it's a bit risky, but if you're Pudash, you do have to back up a little bit to space out the Rasmus primary, and it gets punished there for not properly spacing. Friendly Taco is really on point with the pendulum swings and winning a lot of strike wars in the midfield as well. But Datagas is the one who is the solo carry on this point, as the Turbo Fortress comes in from Pudash as well, and Kenzie and Datagas just need to score this goal to send us to a 5th point.
Yeah, it's Phoenix with the advantage 2-1 within the set, but now it's their net that's fully open. Oh, now both sides are open, with Mike Mart still has flip, while Pudash is not.
But a critical strike war win from Datagas actually beats out Friendly Taco, but Pudash doesn't find the clear there. Kenzie was blocking the turret, but Pudash doesn't find the clear up, unfortunately. And they're left wondering what could happen, as it's 3-1. Chikara Phoenix up 2-1 in sets now. And this draft could be really bad.
That is a 1-2 punch for Juno, unless we see another deny.
Probably going to see rapid fire and 1-2 denies here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and this is probably, yeah, Deadeye. Deadeye plus money still making up for that core speed that both that hot shot and 1-2 were denied off of. And Friendly Taco picking up Chrono Boost, and with Explosive Entrance, he's going to be running around with that secondary a lot more.
Yeah, that might even be the game-winning pickup. Is that secondary? For Rasmus. Just Chrono Boost alone kind of changes things so much, allowing you to maneuver the secondary quite well, but with 2 Dash Awakenings, Friendly Taco is going to have a really good time against Pudash in this matchup. Just having so much speed, but right now it's the Kenzie show again until it's interrupted by a Strike War win from Chikara Phoenix, as Friendly Taco is still trying to maintain possession here and wins the Strike War. Azrael pushes forward, doesn't quite get the goal, but that's a dangerous firewall sentry as Mike Mart trying to defend here. Good expanse as well, and you mentioned the Twin Drive pickup, and that might have changed the entire game. Mike Mart being able to defend so much more reliably.
Friendly Taco with that secondary running straight up and just strike warring Pudash. That Explosive Entrance and Chrono Boost coming into play. And that gives Phoenix the first point of the set.
Yep, and despite Friendly Taco not really having that much size, the Rasmus space, the speed is enough to kind of serve as pseudo size if you cover that much space with the speed, with the secondary. You kind of just get an option to win the Strike War, and Friendly Taco with a great hook to interrupt the core flip as well. Friendly Taco pushing forward the pendulum swing. Hot shot boosted, the cooldowns being reduced as Friendly Taco avoids death, doesn't get taken out here. The Rasmus survives and just dancing around the offense of the other side. Datagas and Kenzie need to find something, but Azrael is now the threat and Friendly Taco is regened. It's tough for Chikara Storm, they need to find something quick, but it's just Friendly Taco again with the pendulum swing. The Rasmus is everywhere.
Despite all these cooldowns coming out and just staggering Friendly Taco, they didn't have enough on defense, and ultimately when Friendly Taco backed up for that orb and came back, coming back with his cooldowns, with that secondary and rolling up with that pendulum swing, that's just enough to bring the set to 2-0.
Once again, they have to keep it away from this Rasmus that has so much speed to work with, and Mike Mart using the flip to great effect to flip from Friendly Taco, but the second one's a bit too obvious against Pudash, as Kenzie is just forced away. I think Mike Mart's adapting as well on the defense to make the defense way easier against Kenzie. Just using the primary, just not letting Kenzie get any momentum started. And Mike Mart again just using the primary so preemptively. Same with the secondary to make sure that Kenzie and Datagas can't find anything here. Oh, but a good flip, but still the secondary. No hesitation from Mike Mart. Doesn't let anything through.
Seeing that Twin Drive come out on defense, just that nullifying that energy advantage that Storm had for at the moment, and giving them the offensive play here as they're pushing up with Strike Shot with that production.
Yep, and now Friendly Taco, bottom side dribbling, trying to find the timing here as the hook comes in, but not quite able to get the barrier. The game stalling out for a moment as both goalies are doing their job quite well, but a huge KO on the Juno means that Friendly Taco has so much more room to play with Azrael and trying to dribble up with the Fireball Sentry, but it slips right by and the power play fizzles out. That's a respawn coming in just a second. And with the log blocking away the flip, Pudash with a great defense to keep the barrier alive, and now it's Datagas' turn to find something here with Kenzie, but they can't manage to do so, and Friendly Taco has so much speed. The goalie's out of position, but they can't convert. And once again, the barrier barely missed. Pudash with the defense, and Mike Mart as well. Both the goalies are holding on, but Pudash out of position, forgets about the Rasmus hook, and that just blows the game wide open. That's Friendly Taco in position to win it. Doesn't even need a second strike with the bounce. Pudash not fast enough as Chikara Phoenix qualify for the finale.
Yes, overwhelming speed from this Explosive Entrance Chrono Boost Rasmus, and with Azrael and Mike Mart being able to hold it down so well, they managed to just clean up sets 3 and 4 with that. It's very powerful forward play.
Very, very well played here. Chikara Phoenix qualify over Chikara Storm. And Chikara Storm is now in a do-or-die situation. They have to face the loser of Chikara Cheating versus Chikara Clinkers, and you don't want to face the loser of that. You want to be qualified already. A really tough spot, but well played by Chikara Phoenix. I think earlier on the focus was on the individual outplays by Kenzie, right? But as the scaling came in, as Friendly Taco picked up speed, it was no longer the Kenzie show.
Yeah, with just Atlas Twin Drive and this Imi just being in midfield, they just managed to stop Storm from setting up like at all, really, and that's basically what won them the game in the end.
Well, we're heading right to the next match. It's Chikara Cheating versus Chikara Clinkers. We'll be hopping lobby, so I'll pass you the code. I still hate that Omega Strikers has 100 friend limit. This is like the only game I know that has that problem.
Why even is there a friend limit?
Apparently it's a storage thing, but that must mean that they implemented friends in a really inefficient way.
Okay, that's just unfortunate.
Might be a bit of a skill issue even.
Yeah.
Well, we're having a bit of a Chikara special here. 3 Chikara versus Chikara games in a row. This is the second of the 3. And this is going to be interesting because I think I would favor Chikara Clinkers historically. They're a team that's been more consistent, but Chikara Cheating has been looking pretty good today.
Undefeated so far between both Swiss and Bracket.
Yeah, they're 5-0, Swiss 4-0 are Chikara Cheating. And the Chikara Clinkers gonna have to step it up here to beat this particular iteration of Chikara Cheating. And apparently there's a bit of technical difficulties. We might have to go to a new lobby because we have one of those cursed lobbies where people join and they join like a phantom lobby.
Wait, yeah, the settings are all messed up. This is from like 2 games ago.
Yeah. Wait, whoa, this is really weird. Apparently Jet Secret's getting booted to a lobby with Mike Mart. Whoa. Bit of a haunted lobby here. Well, Sargly, time for question. Next question. Okay. Are you ready?
Go ahead, shoot.
What's your favorite drink?
Water.
Good. Okay, next question. What's your favorite solid?
What?
I asked you what your favorite liquid was, right? So what's your favorite solid?
You asked me what my favorite drink was.
Yeah, but drinks are like liquid, you know? What's your favorite solid? Okay, I'll rephrase it. What's your favorite food?
Honestly, I don't know. That one's like so much more ambiguous.
Damn.
Like, there's so many more food options.
Okay, what's your favorite, like, convenient food? Like, that you don't have to sit down to eat, you know? That sort of thing.
Don't have to sit down to eat? It's like a sandwich?
Yeah, but what type of sandwich, you know, specifically? We're here for the specifics and we're here for the reason why.
This is not something I think about. Yeah, what's your favorite handheld food?
My favorite handheld food? I think it has to be like lamb skewers. I'm a big fan of that.
That's so much of a better answer than what I had.
What?
Wait. I'm gapped.
Well, it's okay. It's a learning experience. To any of those of you heading to the Stars, the New York City LAN, there is a pretty nice skewer cart that like opens up around 5 p.m. and they sell like lamb skewers for $2.50, which compared to the rest of New York is like really affordable. so it's a chill place. Just don't get the beef skewer because the beef they use is kind of bad. Like it's really like chewy, but the lamb's really good. Big fan.
Food tips from BestieInSlot.
Speaking of other food tips, don't go to the roast pork over rice place. That's $5.50 because you'll be waiting in line for 30 minutes. But if you only have $5.50 in cash to spend, then go to that place, because getting roast pork over rice for $5.50 in the entirety of the United States is pretty rare, not to mention in the middle of Manhattan in New York City. Like, wow. What else? Fast food kind of sucks over here. We have Raisin Canes, but it's like fake. It's like fake Raisin Canes. It's like Raisin Canes, but it's 50% more expensive and everything is soggy. So don't get Raisin Canes in New York City. If you're gonna get fast food, get 7th Street Burger. That's the regional burger chain. It's like Shake Shack, but like less healthy and super greasy, but like good. What else is there? Do you have any food tips?
No. Someone should clip this and just post as an announcement for the land goers.
I already wrote it out.
Oh, what the?
I'm not reading off it though. This is just from memory. But this is good practice, Argley. This is like the caster, the trick to becoming a good caster is to just talk about stuff and get used to talking about stuff, you know? Just find a random topic between games and just talk about it to the point where you can just formulate sentences. You know, that's a cheat sheet.
Just... Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I do not yap enough. Sorry, I'm not a yapper.
You need to become a yapper, but you need to not fall into becoming too much of a yapper.
Yeah, I'm just not a yapper. Yapper.
Wait, this is crazy. Didn't we see Twin Drive Among Titans earlier?
Yeah, I thought the lobby settings were bugged again.
Wait, on Gates of Obscura too, right?
Yeah, what is
Wait, what are
this?
the odds? Wait, we're seeing the exact same Awakening map combination here.
I mean, is this rigged or what?
Okay, but this time Kiane's smart, right? Kiane's not picking Aragoli, even though they're an Aragoli enjoyer, because this is Gates of Obscura. This is a brutal map where if you don't pick a melee goal, you're going to have a bit of a tough time. The corners are deadly.
Instead, it's that Asher goalie canceling that Asher forward threat that we saw in that earlier game.
Yeah, that is true. Asher goalie on first pick on Gates of Obscura might just be one of the best picks on just the first pick, because it denies a forward and a goalie pick while getting a very solid goalie here. But
Yeah, on the contrary, we see Juliet instead of Asher. Juliet Estelle, which is still really, really good at collapsing that corner.
yeah, it is. So we'll have to see which team plays better, because on a start like this, with everyone taking Among Titans, it's just a speedy game of a Mega Striker. There's nothing too special here. It's really about the individual outplays, as Captain Yes and Vic Blade are pushing forward, but I think the Arrow will struggle a little more than the Estelle on this map. I think Perfect Curves is going to have a pretty good time.
Yeah, we saw Era midfield earlier, and it was just really struggling in the corner because Era just doesn't really have any anti-stuffing. And Brando sneaks it past Keanu's dash and scores the first point for cheating for the cheaters.
So the thing that confuses me is that I'm pretty sure there's Chikara cheaters and Chikara cheating, and they're like two different rosters. And there's also Chikara chatting, which sounds like cheating. But there's also like Chikara chatters, I think, which is completely maybe Chikara was a mistake.
Yeah.
Well,
I give up.
well, both barriers are down as Vic Blade and Captain Yes still trying to work on their pair of barriers here. As Jet Secret will probably get it out with the log. That does have good strike discipline, but Vic Blade layers the pressure quite well here. And Perfect Curves helps out as Brando looking forward to dash, but Kiane has a good primary, but the flip's available from Brando. The Flame Flurry built up enough energy there, and that's another goal for Chikara cheating. They look so confident on Gates of Obscura. They're just taking teams to Gates.
Yeah, despite them losing the point, Kiane's Asher primary just canceling that Julie dash punch, just really showing the power of this Asher goalie pick on a map like this, where the corners are just so important.
Yeah, Kine though plays Strike Shot era, right? But didn't pick Strike Shot here. Picked the Momentum Boots, and that might have been a bit of a mistake because Asher really likes that Strike Shot to patch up a lot of her weaknesses, especially like getting hit around. So that Momentum Boots pick might actually come back to bite Kine, especially because they're quite a good Strike Shot user in general anyway, so they definitely have the capability to do it. But on the other side, that's a KO onto Vicblade, another power play. Well, the first power play of perhaps many, as a KO comes right back. It's chaos here, but Chikara cheating are still in advantage, I think, because Jet Secret has flipped.
A big play just coming out of the portal and stopping that flip. Sort of complicating the situation a bit, with Jet Secret a little bit out of position, having to roll to get back. Now it's perfect curves from the bottom portal, setting up an offensive play for cheating.
Yeah, and a good primary, like you mentioned, the Asher primary coming into play with the primary down. It's Brando with the dash punch taking that barrier. And Brando actually just zoning away Kine's perfect curves, gets the goal. It's a dominant 3-0 start for Chikara cheating. They get the draft priority. They have the potential to spiral out of control because they're already looking incredibly good here.
Rampage is looking a little spicy on a map like this, where size and the two barriers break.
Yeah, we're seeing the aerials, just a standard good awakening on the Estelle here. And Manu actually taken by Akine. It is pretty good on the path splitter. But my question is more in later parts of this draft. The Rampage, like you mentioned, a huge pickup on the Juliet, and Might of the Colossus still available later. And the Era kind of feeling a little disappointed here. Does get the size, does get a more presence, but nothing that really turns the game around here for Chikara Clinkers. I think the 1-2 punch is the closest thing if Vicblade can really make use of that, but it's going to be tough when Brando and Perfect Curves take 2 barriers in less than 5 seconds, it feels like. And Jet Secret's there too! Jet Secret has joined the party! Can't quite get there all the way though. Should have probably used the Toph Fortress a bit earlier to try and confirm the goal, but Perfect Curves doesn't care, just finds the goal anyway.
Yeah, when the Clinkers side is open, when the goal is open, this Asher goalie pick struggles a little bit to catch those where the core is going, especially within a Estelle midfield, just being able to shoot it around you. So even though it's such Asher goalie is generally a really good pick for the corners and these barriers, after those barriers are opened, it's just almost a little bit of a liability versus this particular midfield and this particular forward that cheating has.
Yeah, especially because the lack of strike shot, right? Strike shot would give at least one chance at that, but without it, it's a bit tough of a situation, and Kine unfortunately can't find the strike. That's one barrier going down, almost 2 as the core keeps getting trapped here, and the flip burned on the defense, but Jet Secret is just building up that flip of his own here. Captain Yes in a tough spot as Vicblade looks for the outplay, but a good patience by Jet Secret will send the core away again and again. Flip available, finally getting the barrier here, but Perfect Curves has so much presence. Vicblade though to the top side, looking to win the strike wars, but taken out by Brando. And Brando now looking for some kind of offensive play here as Captain Yes is dribbling here. Any barrier that Brando gets is valuable, but not quite as Captain Yes now in position to pressure. Brando needs to get this barrier, needs to build up those Rampage stacks. Almost does so, but a great save by Kine. And now Jet Secret in a tough spot, no meter, but Brando gets a Rampage stack. Brando is stacking, and if they win this point as well, that could be devastating. A flip available, flip through, and that's the goal for Chikara cheating 2-0 up, despite the goal being open for so long with only a solo Dubu. Chikara Clinkers really on the back foot now.
Yeah, Kine with not quite enough cooldowns to stall that flip, and just Perfect Curve just sending it straight through that Asher. Now it's Brando and Perfect Curves with an offensive play in the corner again. Taking one barrier with dash strike taking a second. Forcing them into the corner and just taking the set 3-0 very decisively.
Yeah, and really patiently played by Brando.
Yeah, Julie just so oppressive in the corner. Even with a character like Asher, when you're out of cooldowns, you can't really stop that.
Oh, but it's an interesting draft, actually. What do you think is going to be the priority picks here? Because there's a lot of different options.
With Chrono Boost and Heavy Impact on the table, those are both really, really scary for Clinkers to have. So we'll probably be seeing
Oh, are they trying to pass Chrono Boost down? Oh, I think they were trying to pass Chrono Boost down for
yeah.
dash range, but the team of Chikara cheating were perfectly aware there. Denied it away, of course. If you're Chikara Clinkers, you're still somewhat happy with the draft, but I think Chikara cheating a little happier.
Yeah. At least with this Cast Blast, slowing down this Jilly's offensive pressure, just keeping her minimized for more of the game, that'll probably help quite a bit, especially since that is probably one of the things they're struggling the most with. Yeah. The entire set of cheating is moving up now with spearheaded by Brando's Jilly.
Yeah, for Jet Secret's confidence in moving up is so good here, and Brando just slips it right through. Was that actually Captain Yes going for the shrink that accidentally owned gold? That's a bit unfortunate there.
Just not enough anti-stuffing power to get it out of there. And that's another point with cheating looking very dominant in this game so far.
Yep, Brando now pushing forward with a dash into the flame flurry. That's another barrier taken for Chikara cheating. Another goal in their march towards the finale. And Chikara Clinkers, it doesn't feel like they have any real answers here because Brando is just moving all over the place. Doesn't have that much speed, but just moving so efficiently and forcing out so many cooldowns from KNA. Bottom side now, Asher has to be very careful here on the saves, but Brando's still there, and Jet Secret is just dancing. It's just chilling on the right side of your screen here. One berry goes down, but still has to flip to send it to Brando. That's another cooldown burn from KNA, and a perfectly placed primary from Perfect Curves. They're one goal away from qualification.
Yeah, this entire game we've been seeing cheating just being able to push everyone up into the corner, and with this comp in particular, with the Dubu, Estelle, Juliet, that is exactly what they want to do, and that is part of why this game has been so dominant so far.
Oh, Perfect Curves needs to be a little bit careful against the Monumental's Pass Splitter, but does stay alive, prevents any sort of power play from slipping through in the favor of Chikara Clinkers, and Perfect Curves is maintaining possession so well on the offense. That's something that a lot of players don't tend to do, is focus on maintaining possession. Sometimes it just slips away to the other side, and that's how they lose. But Perfect Curves is keeping it trapped, helping out Brando on the offense, and Jet Secret just has so much room to play with here. Vicblade trying to use this flip for the goal, not the barriers, but in a tough spot here, it just bounces all the way to the other side, and Vicblade trying to find the outplay, finally uses the flip to get the barriers and does get the goal. That is a goal for the Chikara Clinkers, but I don't think that feels good when your meter is a little bit low.
Yeah, its energy economy is looking a little poor for set of Clinkers, with Vicblade completely empty at this point. Oh, Perfect Curves now brought completely empty and staggered in the corner by Vicblade.
Oh, but Perfect Curves is so much dash range, blinked towards that orb from basically the entire map's distance away, and now healed up. Unstaggered, the stagger bug kind of showing up here. They're just visual, and now Brando pushing forward now, looking for this barrier so many times. And it's really important that Chikara cheating wins here, because if this KNA Asher gets any cooldown reduction on the primary, that could turn the entire game around. But if Chikara cheating just push their advantage and win here, that's just the game being over before that could happen.
Very sneaky KO there. Getting a power play for Clinkers, just what they need to bring this set and possibly this game back.
Yeah.
Passing play, and Vicblade sneaks it past Brando and sends the set to a 2-2.
5th point now. Chikara Clinkers do or die. They have meter, but so do Brando and Jet Secret. If they can make something happen, they've been the ones making things happen more often here. But Vicblade looking for the outplay to the top side, burns the strike from Jet Secret, a little bit out of reach as Perfect Curves burns the flip early, but Captain Yes and KNA, good passing play, and they find the barriers. The flip available for Vicblade. This could be a goal very quickly. This could be a 4th set out of absolutely nowhere as Brando flips early, other side, gets one barrier, and Perfect Curves guarding the portal on the other side, preventing a flip goal from Vicblade from being too easy here. A preemptive flip from Jet Secret is good, keeping it away, just playing keep away from Vicblade, and a good flip block from Perfect Curves as well, as Brando is pushing forward, trying to prevent the passing play from Captain Yes to Vicblade, but Vicblade still finds it on the bottom side. The primary is good and covers it well as well. Chikara Clinkers now with a huge opportunity to get back into the game.
Yeah, with that early roll, just a little bit out of position and not able to save the Zentaro primary, which is unfortunate for a match point even.
Yeah, and there's an interesting play they can make. Yes, reverb is very good here. Hotshot would have been a little bit better, I think. But here you guarantee Catalyst or Quick Strike on the Zentaro. Catalyst deny, that's a smart deny. Explosive Entrance guaranteed actually on the Zentaro. But now the Juliet has a chance to get a Quick Strike here, which means that the energy economy is swinging heavily in favor of Chikara cheating, even though the general power of pickups is pretty good on the Chikara Clinkers. Reverb on the Asher Goalie and Explosive Entrance on the Zentaro are game-changing. But Jet Secret getting Catalyst and Brando getting Quick Strike might just be game winning here.
Yeah, something that was very even the entire game was the energy economy, but with a difference like this and on a map like this where the corner makes flipping and just striking so much easier and so many more opportunities for that, having a good energy economy might just make the difference in this game.
But Vicblade might make the difference by themselves here. The Explosive Entrance is a bit unleashed here. But on the other side, it's Captain Yes finding the KO, dribbling around absolutely everybody. Brando, though, winning the Strike Wars, forcing out the flip. And although Chikara cheating lose the point, they did force out a valuable flip from Kiene. So it is a point loss, but it isn't the end of the world.
And now it's actually Clinkers with the energy advantage because of that KO earlier. So, with them winning kickoff, it's going to start off a very, very scary round.
Yeah, and Perfect Curves is actually playing a lot further back. We aren't seeing the Estelle aggression that we used to see, and Jet Secret's wandering. Good Tofu Fortress to prevent that overextension from being punished, but Brando needs to find this offense pretty quickly. One barrier goes down, but it slips away on the second attempt. And now it just goes through the portal. Brando bottom side needs to find his barrier quickly. Perfect Curves helps out as well. They manage to do so. Big opportunity for Vicblade though, pushing forward. Doesn't want to use the flip on the barrier, but looks at the two flips, does so, but it's easily blocked away at range from the Dubu. Still the barrier goes down. Perfect Curves with a perfect snipe to read the clear from Kiene. That was such a good read too. The timing was perfect.
Kiene barely snuck around that primary, just unable to save that. It's very unfortunate.
Well, Brando, top side, the Perfect Curves with the blink range, getting in there. Vicblade bottom side, looking for something, but can't quite find any offense because Perfect Curves is just winning all of the interactions, but Vicblade just goes to the other side where Perfect Curves isn't. Well, if you're getting beat by the midfielder, just go to open space with your dash. And that works out pretty well as Vicblade with the primary, well placed, getting it past Jet Secret, who does have a lot of meter, but the goal is open, the barrier found, but Jet Secret's pushing up. It's all or nothing here for Jet Secret, but just pushes back. Maybe it wasn't all or nothing.
Oh, we're seeing the Catalyst and Quick Strike really giving them this energy advantage. So even though both sides are open, it's very, very scary for Clinkers.
Yeah, it is really scary for the Clinkers here as Perfect Curves, no meter available, but so much pressure because Brando's on the top side, Perfect Curves is on the bottom side, and of course that Estelle Blink has so much room to work with here. But a good play to the bottom side, Vicblade can't cover, barely away here. And now Brando's in position, Jet Secret through the portal, Perfect Curves with the coverage, with the blink and the strike. Well played from Perfect Curves.
Yeah, Perfect Curves almost carrying the set a little bit with excellent midfielding and blocking all these clears, blocking all these strikes, and just scoring on their own, which puts Clinkers in a very scary position with Brando now with flip, taking one barrier at the bottom.
Well played, just hitting it around Kiene there. And although Brando is low, the stagger doesn't really matter here. As long as Brando can get these outplays, the Tofu Fortress makes the situation so dangerous, and a good elusive from Brando. A good dodge as well to prevent the power play from occurring. Chikara Clinkers are really trying desperately to find this KO, but it might be their undoing. They burn so many abilities, and that means Jet Secret and Perfect Curves are chilling on this defense. The flip's available for Vicblade, but Brando's pushing forward, pushing to the bottom side, and the Asher mobility comes into play. What a play by Brando, and Chikara cheating qualify for the finale.
Yeah, it's such a volatile matchup between this Asher goalie and this Jilly forward. Proves very, very close sometimes, but in the end, between Brando and Perfect Curves, there's just too much core control for Kione to handle alone, and that is the win for cheating, and they qualify for OSS finale.
It's tough too because Gates of Obscura, like we saw earlier, is a map that's very polarizing that forces you to draft in a way and creates big draft advantages. And both the teams that won so far, I think, really creating those draft advantages. Chikara Cheating playing a comp that looked very comfortable on this map, and especially the Estelle, I think, a big pick.
Yeah, Perfect Curves of Styles proved very, very good on this map with the midfield and just sometimes being able to solo score. It's just very, very. It's tough for the opponents, really. Like even on a goalie like Asher, where you're normally very good at anti-stuffing, sometimes it just sneaks around you, or you just get gapped by a Stell primary.
Yeah. So good in general, but especially good right here, as now we're heading into a bit of an awkward game. It's a Chikara Clinkers versus Chikara Storm. One of these teams will not be making it to the finale, and that's tough. We started with 4 Chikara teams in position to qualify. Now we're down to 2 and 1 spot remaining. Any predictions?
I think one of the Chikara teams is gonna win for sure.
Damn. Well, I can't say you're wrong. Unlike the prediction during Strike Shotters, where the prediction was 9 or greater goals and 8 or less goals, I can't rig it this time. Targly, how many points do you think will be scored this game? 9 or greater or 8 or less?
I'm just saying, there's a non-zero chance for 8 or less.
No,
Technically.
But the answer is that there's a 0 chance for 8 or less.
Hey, but what if the game gets terminated? Like, really?
Yeah, that's true. There could be a forfeit. The Mega Striker servers could go offline, and both the teams could break the rules and agree to play on 2 goals per set.
No gentlemen to 2 goals per set.
Yeah.
Maybe gentlemen to tea time tussle.
They could. They could get disqualified. Well, sorry, it's time. It's time for the strategy, okay? Pick a topic and just talk about it. Just like figure out how to say sentences about it. If you can't pick a topic, I'll pick a topic.
You pick a topic.
Okay, I'll pick a topic. The topic is Rabbit and Steel.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's really reminiscent of Toho, with like bullet hell, and also that all the characters are female. But it's all okay. Something I don't really understand is that like the MMO rating thing. I've never done like MMO rating thing, so I don't really know what that is. I told my brother about it. He doesn't know either, so he's kind of confused. But you know what? The game's cool.
Okay, so
Something else about Rabbit and Steel.
okay, so you need to just get into more detail, right? Because you need to expand on each more of your sentences. Like you'd be like, oh, it's Rabbit and Steel. It's pretty similar to Toho, and you say like, oh, like all the characters are female and there's bullet hell elements, but like say more, you know? You just try to figure out a way to say more words that are still meaningful. Of course, we don't want to say a whole lot of nothing, but try to say more words.
I'm too blunt for that. Let's learn to be less blunt, or yap.
So the thing is, you can continue being blunt while doing that, because I'm a really blunt person. Like to the point where when I was little and writing like school essays, I couldn't like add like filler to the essays to make them enough length. I would just like write the minimum possible explanation in the essay, and I still, like, for a while I couldn't wrap my head around why an introduction was necessary beyond like 2 sentences. But
I still can't do that though.
yes, you can.
Like when I write essays and I see people like hitting these word requirements, it's like, how are you willing to put that many filler words for sentences?
That is true. I still can't hit length requirements that easily, but I think if you just talk more, it just naturally gets a little easier, because if you don't watch my earliest casting VODs, by the way, you can probably find them on like...
This is my earliest casting VOD, so...
Well, compared to my earliest casting VOD, you're doing very well. Partially
Cool.
because... partially because I think Omega Strikers is an easier game to cast than Maiden and Spell. That game might be the hardest possible game to cast in the history of the world, because instead of random barriers, they're just people randomly getting hit and the entire situation resetting. Like, imagine if you had to cast Smash Bros, but if someone gets hit once, the entire game resets, and that's 1 point.
You can...
That would suck, because you would constantly get randomly interrupted, right?
Sounds wonderful.
Yeah, I know. Alright, Targly, let's talk about something else then. Can you talk about Omega Strikers and your opinions on Aimi?
Character's broken. Unlike like every other character in the game, you can throw a primary and secondary through people, so you don't really have to position respect to the enemy team. So you kind of just stand in places where you can hit the core, you strike it, and then you primary secondary it through someone, and you just win the game. And that's also why I think Aimi's score is real, because you can just set up for free, and like even if you're like 2v1ing, you hit it around their midfielder, and they just blink through their midfielder, and it doesn't matter. What the? Okay. I said I should talk about Jackie Chan's, and then he said, "What I have to say would not be safe for Cass."
Whoa. Jackie Chan's, I'll have you know that I know you have exactly 373 messages and 2 timeouts in this channel. I don't know what the 2 timeouts were for though, and they were both like in April.
You exposed him. No.
They were both in April for some reason, like 7 days, like 1 week apart in April. Wait, I think I know what they were for. I think I remember. Yeah, they were on Thursday, right? you were cheering and blaming another OSAS team a little too hard. I remember now. Well, sorry, Lee. You need to believe in yourself and just start yapping. Start chatting. You need to get to the point where you can do like a whole like video essay YouTuber video essay chatting on the spot.
Hey, those people use scripts too.
Well, that's because they're bad. If they were good, they wouldn't use scripts. Or they would have better scripts.
There's a clip of like Surplus going on a massive rant. That was pretty cool. I can't do that though.
Yeah, but like the point is to just like, I don't know. It's not for a point of actually doing it. It's for being able to do it, you know?
Like what?
It's not that doing it's an accomplishment, it's that being able to do it is important. In the sense that talking a lot is a learned skill, I think. But talking with meaning. Because like a lot of the people that can do rants on the spot kind of just like say a lot of nothing. But if you can do a rant on the spot that says a lot of something, that's like a skill. But forget about all of that, because we're heading into the final qualification match here for the Omega Strikers Amateur Series Season 6. Both these teams have tried to qualify for so many times across this season, but we're here in the 4th week. This is the last chance, and we're seeing only a single orb dancer, a lot of reverb. What are your thoughts on that, Sargly?
Orbs this patch have been a little questionable, especially outside of Otten City. So that was kind of expected, but Kudash picking up orbs as goalie will help him rotate around the map a bit, especially in a map like Night Market where you can access that center speed gate to help put offensive pressure no matter what goalie you are.
Yeah, and I think Kene might have benefited from the Orb Dancer as well, right? We saw the lack of mobility last game, and Night Market is also a map that kind of punishes lack of goalie mobility with how tall the barriers are and with the open net being a little bit brutal, but we'll have to see how successful they are here. Of course, we would have expected, I think, the well, Captain, yes, what a snipe on the clear from Kudash. But I think we would have expected the Era goalie here from Kene. I think that's the pick that we've come to expect, but not locking it in here. Going for the Asher here. Datagas is the one who picks away the Era. So that blue side coin flip really coming into play in the favor of Chikara Storm, I think.
Yeah, instead we see like this Mako Era goalie midfield duo, which has historically been quite powerful in the hands of someone like X, but instead we have Jilly here, which on Night Market should be effectively quite similar. Kenzie, especially Kenzie, being really good at solo play than we've seen earlier.
Yeah, they did it in the earlier game, looking to do it again. Another individual strike will win another dash punch, and that's Kenzie with a big play to create space, to create the goal with the Era NATO backing them up from Datagas. It's 1-1, and Chikara Storm looking pretty explosive, but again, their gameplay seeming pretty dependent on Kenzie popping off. On the other side, Captain Yes and Big Blade playing a more well-rounded way, I feel like.
Yeah, Big Blade's Spanish has not been able to confirm these KOs quite often, but now it's actually their side with offensive pressure and an energy advantage with Big Blade with flip and ready to move up. Instead, it's actually Kenzie that manages, with Datagas help, to pick both barriers and the point so decisively. Not really giving Big Blade the chance to do anything on offense.
Yeah, it's just really good layered pressure there, and this Rune pick. Of course, Rune, a character that isn't too common, but kind of showing itself to be a little bit awkward, especially earlier on, not able to get the flip there, helping out on the defense. But again, like, I get that it's a comfort pick, but I'm not really seeing the Rune. Captain Yes feels kind of lonely, feels kind of alone in the offensive pushes. Although I said that they were working together, it's more like they're both doing their own thing.
Yeah, it's on a map like Night Market, it's really awkward to rotate with that Rune secondary, and with the speed gate being something you generally want to play around, but Rune kind of just teleporting around away from the speed gate sometimes. Kenzie managing to sneak it past Captain Yes, not able to react to the core flip, and that is clinkered with this first set.
Yeah, pretty decisive as well. Kenzie looked very confident, able to make the outplays, and that's Catalyst right away. That is more flips for Kenzie. The Flame Flurry getting so much value here. And that might be the game in the first draft because of how confidently Kenzie is playing. I think Size and I would be really good here. And excellently played from Datagas, preventing the Rasmus from getting any extra size.
Yeah, and we see Rasmus taking sides instead of, or Rasmus taking aerials, possibly denying away from that Mako, but instead Mako getting heavy impact, which works on her secondary anyway. So overall, this is a pretty good drop for Chikara Storm.
Yeah, it really is. And Kenzie will be seeing the flips coming in very, very shortly here. Getting so much value off of that Catalyst. Captain Yes trying to find the outplays on the top side. A good Rune Pillar, but it's only for a moment. As Datagas and Kenzie are now approaching, forcing Kiane to use the elusive to give up that barrier. And although it's traded on the other side, Pudash a little bit out of position. Captain Yes needs to convert here, misses the strike, and awkward spot here as Datagas pushes forward. Kenzie has the flip though, has the flip and a lot of speed. If a flip here would be huge, but a good pillar to stop any possibility of that. Now Kenzie covering the bottom side. Kenny needs to be really careful here as Datagas has the center speed, has possession. Datagas to Kenzie, looking for a dribble, but the flip is wasted away, but it's okay because it's Catalyst. You'll have many more chances here, although it kind of sucks to not get that goal right in that moment. Vicblade bottom side looking for an opportunity, gets it past Pudash, but the strike shot will save it, and Kenzie with the KO found Datagast with so much meter pushing forward, but loses control of the core for a moment, and Pudash a little bit careful. Will manage to get it away. Captain Yes with the core speed, but just bounces all the way back to Kenzie, a good pass splitter, and although the Deadeye is there, Kenzie just drifts away from death range. And once again, Chikara Clinkers playing a little disjointedly, and Pudash with the defensive flip available. And a flip burned from Datagas, but still the goal not going in.
Yeah, yet again, we keep seeing Vicblade's Spanish is not quite being able to find these KOs, which is proven, it's given them like a slower tempo really, and Kenzie and Datagas just keep moving up on offense without Vicblade able to banish them or pillar them in time, and just putting Clinkers on a disadvantage very often with this very different phasing. But Vicblade manages the primary, sneaks it past Pudash with insane core speed, probably coming out from the Deadeye.
Yeah, the core speed really coming into play there. Gets it past, and like you said, it's a little bit awkward, but Kenzie has full meter now. The Catalyst is so devastating, so much pressure. They just need to find more efficient ways to use it, but Vicblade with a solo outplay, one barrier taken as Kenzie is looking a little bit lost here because Datagast isn't able to find the pass immediately. A flip burned away from Kiana and a good banish to prevent any pressure, but Kenzie again, the banish not a KO threat at all, even with the Deadeye. And Kenzie has the flip, bottom side, looking to get both barriers in the pillar. Vicblade tries to help out on defense, but ends up being a bit of an own barrier here.
Datagast and Kenzie mounting so much pressure, eventually overwhelming Kione, and honestly the entire team's attempts to use their cooldowns to keep it out and bring the set back to 1-1.
Kenzie and Datagast, the dynamic duo here, as Captain Yes needs to find the outplay, but use the pendulum swing at the top end. Although a Mega Strikers isn't really like a game where abilities get punished, if you're near a wall and you press a button that locks you into place, the Juliet will dash punch you. That's one of the few punishes, but doesn't even matter as Vicblade misses the flip though. Using that resource for nothing is gonna kind of suck even if you got the goal here, as Datagast sends it forward, one barrier taken, lingering hitbox on Kiane's strike will save it away from a good position for both, but Pudash a good strike shot bottom side. Kenzie, the strike angle isn't quite there, the placement is a bit off, makes it an easy save for Kiane, as Datagast and Kenzie need to find this barrier quick because this open net's a bit tough for the Mako. Good flip to Kiane, another pillar, another weird defensive pillar from Vicblade, kind of making it a bit tough for Kiane to defend.
Yeah, some of that's kind of funny too. Kenzie and Kione have been getting flipped like almost at the same time, and usually it's Kione that's flipping first and managing to keep it away from Kenzie before anything can happen, which has proven to be quite valuable for Clinkers, but unfortunately it's Datagast's flip that gives them the advantage to sneak it past Kione and bring the set to 2-1.
Yeah, and immediate improvement from Kenzie, right? On the barrier attempt, hit it right at Kiane, didn't work out, but on the crucial shot, hit it to the bottom corner perfectly for the goal converted. And if Kenzie is converting like that, it's such a tough spot for the side of the Clinkers, because Kenzie and Datagast are just providing so much reliable pressure. Vicblade just feels a little bit lost in this game, needs to find a way to just not get dribbled around, because this rune is a little immobile and the pillars are a little bit predictable. I think Chikara Storm are very used to it, and a good punch by Kenzie will beat the primary of Asher. A good flip as well, top side, going for a creative play, but it goes to the other side of the world, and now Pudash is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, that is an IME shock. And despite these buffs coming out from Era and Mako, they're not quite able to find that goal, and Clinkers managed to turn it around and bring the set back to 2-2 after defending all of that off.
Yeah, and that was good for Vicblade. We need to see the rune playing in those positions. I think the rune needs to weirdly act as a pseudo forward in this game because Captain Yes has more raw mobility, and Vicblade is kind of getting caught off guard to the point where the Vicblade pushing up, playing for that pressure on the goal might be more valuable here, especially if you get a banish on the goalie while Captain Yes takes the shot. Because Vicblade is going for these really awkward banish into pillars that don't really do anything. Like, Kenzie got banished pillared, but nothing came out of it, right? Like, it's not going to KO, it's not going to do enough damage, and you don't have the comp to do damage anyway, so it kind of feels like a bit of a waste of abilities if you're finding those.
Yeah, quite often it's been sort of their issue the whole game. It's just Kenzie and Datagas have been positioning quite close to the center of the lane, so even when they do get banished, nothing really happens. Like right there, Datagas is banished right in the middle, and even with this Pummelers, this Deadeye, there's sort of dead awakenings and dead cooldowns being burned.
Good defense from Kiene, but Kenzie has so many tries, has a flip now even. The Catalyst building it up so quickly. Flip available, bottom side. That's a goal. That's the second set for Chikara Storm here. They are well and truly up, in position to win the game, and this draft needs to be big for Chikara Clinkers. Oh, but I'm not sure if this is the draft they want. There's so much good stuff. If you take the Unstoppable here, it is GG basically. You take the team player instead. And now the Unstoppable available for Kiene doesn't take it. Denies the Manuel, which is a fine pick, but Unstoppable as the first pick for Hudash. That priority could have won the game right then and there. No 1-2 deny from Vicblade though. Throws the game right back, it feels like. Unstoppable would be huge here, but extra special. I mean, Unstoppable needs to be picked up here for these teams. That is a way to win the game, but it's just being ignored.
Well, despite that, we haven't actually been seeing... We've been seeing more Raz midfield than forward, so... It wouldn't have had that much value for this Mako, but definitely would have for that Asher, and now it's Clinkers struggling on defense against Julie yet again.
Yeah,
Kenzie just spearheading us straight through, getting both barriers and threatening a goal.
Yeah, Kenzie has the dribbles, has the dash punch with the 1-2 punch. It's so dangerous, and although they get banished double pillared, I mean, Kenzie doesn't really care. Stays alive, dodges away, spaces away. Kenzie doesn't burn the flip and stays alive. A good flip to stay alive just barely as well. Kenzie is still living here. A dash punch might be coming up soon, and that could be huge. One barrier going down on the other side. A bit of panic. Sends the core right back into Captain Yes's hands though. And Captain Yes looking for an opportunity to use the pendulum swing. Not quite as Kenzie. The backwards dribbles from Captain Yes give Kenzie a chance to burn cooldowns. And Kenzie with the punch right through Kiene as the pass splitter was coming out. Just a series of unfortunate events for the Clinkers. Just slight missteps, and Chikara Storm capitalizes.
And yet again, Kenzie playing very, very good on these melee forwards. Just often being able to solo score, and another banish that doesn't get quite enough mileage. And Clinkers now has forward pressure, has a flip. Vicblade managing to find that second barrier, opening the goal for Storm.
Yep, Datagas has flip, looking to use it here for the barrier, will get it, but it goes to the other side. Pudash gets the strike though, and Kenzie in position, burns the cooldown, has the flip, top side, goes for a passing play, but now Captain Yes is in position. Good flip from Pudash, and the strike shot! Wait, the flip strike shot! Strike ward Vicblade, after Vicblade got the strike. That almost never happens, but it really comes into play there, preventing any sort of offensive play from Vicblade in that moment. A clip would be crazy there, but a good save from Kiene. Just waits out the dash punch. Now Pudash top side. Captain Yes and Pudash with the early strike. Well played from Captain Yes as Chikara Clinkers tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, Captain Yes finally being able to move up sometimes, which giving Clinkers like their way out, their win condition, even with Vicblade not really being able to get much out of banish and out of the pillars. So now we see Captain Yes finally moving up into the forward position, getting one barrier.
But that is Kenzie finding the dash punch flip onto the goalie of all players. That is Kiene going down and forwards in the net. Vicblade needs to be the defender here. And a weird strike from Pudash will actually make so that Vicblade can defend for long enough. Kenzie goes for the KO, not quite getting it. Vicblade staying alive there is a bit huge as the barriers go down, and that slight defensive blunder from Pudash might just be Chikara Clinker's way back into this game.
Captain Yes's flip moving up for all, but Kenzie just shutting him down before he can do anything. That dash punch. And now, making this very, very scary with Kenzie now with flip, now with his power play. Forcing Clinkers in the back foot.
Oh, but a really late flip there makes it a little bit awkward as Kenzie has a 1-2 punch dribbles, but it's still really awkward to play with. Should have just flipped near the barrier. Should have been more decisive here, but that's in the past now as Pudash sending it to the bottom side again and again. Kiane around the world to Captain Yez. It's like two different halves of the map here as Pudash has the flip, needs to be really careful. Monumentalist on this path splitter as Pudash to the bottom side. Vicblade tries to find the strike in, but it just bounces off into Pudash's hands. Now Kenzie needs to find an outplay here. Datagast as well to get it past Kiane, who has flip available. As a NATO comes out, Vicblade with the flip. Needs to find a good flip here. Has the pillar, but pulled away from. And now Kenzie and Datagast can play with their speed, but a good strike war win from Captain Yez, and Vicblade zoned away. Kenzie to the top side, and Datagast sends it through Kiane, who panics. What a play by Chikara Storm. They're 1 goal away from qualification.
Kiane just barely out of flip range for that. Not quite reading the bounce, just Datagast capitalizing with that Bewitching Beam, just taking the goal, sending it to 2-1.
Now Datagast and Kenzie have a lot of meter, but Vicblade on the other side has a flip in front of the net and will convert, will not let that opportunity go. We're setting to a 0.5, but again, Datagast and Kenzie, they have flips basically. And Kiane, Vicblade, and Captain Yez, they're pretty far away, especially Vicblade and Kiane, so that defensive flip is still a long ways away. If Datagast gets a flip here, can use it for the barriers. If Kenzie can use it for the goal, that could be the entire game as Kenzie, flip available, banished away. This could be the KO. They don't find it. They don't find the KO. That banish could have been everything, but now Kenzie has flip available. Burns it here, but does stay alive. But missing that KO.
Staggered. For once, Kenzie's a little bit out of the play, being staggered and not having flip, giving Clinkers a chance to bring this set back and bring this game back.
Yep, and now Datagast has the flip, and Kiane zoned all the way away by the Datagast Magic Maelstrom. The flip burned away though, good banish. So many cooldowns wasted on the banish core, but in the end it's Datagast who gets the last laugh. It is Chikara Storm who qualifies in the final spot for the finale. And that is Chikara Clinkers missing out.
Hey, Chikara team did win.
You were right, but so much panic in the last few seconds, right? The banished core, all the abilities being thrown at the banished core, and in the end, it is Datagast who figures it out. Wow. What a game.
Datagast, even with 4 goals this game, despite being the midfielder and despite being character like Era, especially in a comp like this, is Mako Era Agili, almost like Agili hyper carry sort of comp. Still getting 4 goals, outplaying Kiane a little bit with the primary and strike wars in the last set. Just quite dominant, really, in this midfield.
Yeah, Kenzie was the most flashy, but Datagast was consistently finding good shot placements around Kiane, around the immobile Asher, and making it really difficult to position for Kenzie. Well, around Kenzie for Kiane. Captain Yez, Vicblade, they played solidly individually, but again, like, these later stages of OSAS are where you need to play as a team. And Datagast and Kenzie played incredibly well as a team. Captain Yez and Vicblade, they kind of felt like 2 individual players.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we didn't really see enough team play around these banishes, and these banishes ended up in that last point even leading to their own goal. So a little unfortunate with the synergy and team coordination there, but what's done is done.
Well, Sargly, that's the end of this week of OSAS, the weeklies of OSAS in this season. We're heading to the finale next, but before we end the stream, is there anything you want to say?
I can't say play on Mega Strikers because we already play on Mega Strikers.
Yeah, this isn't your Sunday Shuffle win.
Yeah. I play on Mega Strikers.
well, on that note, I think that's where we can say goodbye. See you, everyone.
Good
Good night. Oh, I need to eat lunch. Goodbye.
What?
Second meal of the day.
But isn't it? It's the next day. It's breakfast.
No, but I haven't slept yet.
Where?